Happy Thursday. Happy verdict watch day. Hey guys. Hey. Spins is like coming in hot saying, "What up, potty people?" Hey, Margaret. Hey, Henny. Let me run up into the chat and say hi to everybody. Hey guys. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys. I love you all so much. Hey, Lauren. Hi, ma'am. We missed you yesterday, Lauren. Yes. How did the driving test go? Hey, Gail. Uh-oh. Wait. I got something popping off in. Says Nate Eaton says, update. We are about to go on the record with the jury in the courtroom. Tad Daybell, but this is not the verdict, but we will be streaming live. Okay. Well, let's see what's getting ready to happen in the courtroom. It looks like they may have a question or want to see something or something. So let's see. I have the stream up. I have it live. Yes, we are live. Verdict watch is 3 hours and 50 minutes, 14 seconds. They're almost at the 4-hour mark. With Lori Vallow, it was just under 7 hours. So there is a poll in the chat. The question is, do you think we'll have a verdict today? Let me go back and say hi to everybody though. So, yeah, how did the driving test go, Lauren? Or the driving lesson anyway? I can't remember if you said if it was a test or a lesson. How are you, Gail? Hey, Henny. Hey, Sherry. Hello. Hey, Billy. Good morning to you, honey. QB says, hey, everybody. Yeah, please don't forget to put your DNA all over that like button, that thumbs up button. Thank you. I appreciate it. While you're at it, do all the other YouTubey things. Hey, Lisa Brown. Hi. Hey, Spins. Hey, Margaret. Hello. Ooh, the end of the month, you have your big exam. Okay, Lauren. Lots of prayers and good thoughts and stuff. You're going to do fine. You're going to do fine. Uh-oh, Steph's got to clean up a dog mess. That's no good. Lauren says, it went all good, y'all. I have an exemption for the special procedures for my exam. Oof. Right, QB, wonder what it's about. I'm assuming it would be a question. Margaret says, I bet they're close. You think? Ugh. I've been peeping in off and on throughout the morning. Definitely keeping an eye out. I'm glad you're all caught up, Lauren. I'm glad you're here with us today. We do miss you when you're not here, ma'am. We do. All right. So I'm wondering what this question is or this issue. Wondering what this issue is. I was watching a video earlier. It was an interview on Hidden True Crimes, and she was interviewing Dawson Murray, who is the brother to Josh Murray, who is Emma Daybell's husband. So, hey, Mickey. Mickey says, I think we'll have a verdict by 4 p.m. Hi, Emma Handy. Hello. Hello, hello. You think we'll have a verdict by 4 p.m.? I kind of feel like we're going to have a verdict today. I kind of really do. Considering that Lori came back in under 7 hours, I feel like we may pretty much have a verdict today. I don't know, though. I don't know. They've been, I think that they were supposed to meet, the jury was supposed to meet and begin deliberations at like 8 o'clock this morning for them, which would have been 10. Uh-oh. Which would have been 10 a.m. Eastern. So they've been deliberating for a couple hours anyway. Ish, something like that. Absolutely, Lauren. Yay. I'm just excited because whenever you get your driver's lesson or license, you'll be able to drive and see your mama. What was that tweet? What was that tweet? Where did it go? Not a verdict, but live in Chad Daybell about to begin. Also, it looks like, and I don't know when this came out, but I know that it's been a little bit of a word on the curb in Scott Peterson about the judge ordering testing and things. So it says here a judge ordered the retesting of a piece of duct tape found on Lacey Peterson's pants at the time of autopsy. Lots and lots of things. I thought today that we would watch the like opening statements for um Karen Swift. I thought that we could check that out. I've been looking here and there and yonder in the just kind of peeping in here and there. And it looks like it might be pretty decent. I don't know. Lauren says, yeah, indeed, but first I need to buy a car then. But for now, I focus on my exam. Yeah. Mickey, how long were they out yesterday? I'm not sure. It was just a few hours. It wasn't long. Henny says, Jenny, close when we were 1 hour in. Yeah, the TikToker. Yeah, everybody was talking about that one. Only one thing. What one thing, QB? You mean to tell me that they're not testing that mattress in the van? Are you meaning to tell me that they're not testing that mattress in the van? Mickey said he cut the audience a look when they cheered. I saw that he cried when they read the verdict or whatever. Bawled like a little baby, I reckon. So honestly, though, QB, they're not testing the van, the mattress in the van. Missing couch. What was a missing couch? Wasn't a couch, it was a car seat. A seat in a car in that Bryce Rhodes trial. Scott Peterson, she's only allowing the one thing. Hmm. Well, I'm confused about the mattress. So far, that is what has been allowed, just the duct tape. There's another hearing on 7-1. Okay, 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 okay. I mean, I can't imagine if they're going to do anything, why in the world wouldn't they allow allow the mattress? No, they didn't, Steph. They didn't test the mattress. They acted like that the burned out van had nothing to do with it. Um, come on. I guess that they probably have to allow everybody to get time to um, let counsel and stuff get back into the courtroom, you know? Right. Mhm, 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 mhm. Mm. Gail says, "What is don't tape? Is that like a chastity belt?" Ay, ay, ay. Steph says tested in 2019. Mm, I don't think so, Steph. They collected Um, they collected, but they never tested it. Right. They did collect and test it for blood, right. They just haven't DNA tested it. Hey, Brenda. Oh, Brenda, I'm sorry. Brenda says, "Hey, my sweet friends. Jenny, I'm so thankful that you're on. I'm going to be selfish and ask for prayers. My dang legs, I'm in the hospital. I'm so sorry, Brenda." Mm, I'm so sorry, you guys. Put some prayers and thoughts and hugs out for sweet Brenda. I hope that you get better soon. That's no good. Mm-mm. No good at all. Is it both legs, Brenda, or just the one still? Hold on me. Steph says, I think they should have allowed for a bunch of other things, especially the tarp and stuff from the burglary. Well, if they're having another hearing, I mean, hopefully the next hearing is where they'll, allow for the other things. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around and make sense of why they would only allow testing of the duct tape. I mean, the mattress in the van seems like a really big deal. Uh, you know, everybody's sending prayers, Brenda. Steph says, I'm so sorry, Brenda, praying for you. I know how hopeless it seems, but you'll come out on the other side. Yes. Brenda said, I thought I could fight it, but then got bit by Brittany's cat on Monday. Mostly just my bad leg. Oh no. I'm sorry. Yeah, lots and lots of prayers. Just lay in there and rest. Let them, tend to you and get you right and ready to go. Steph says there's a case that's going to be coming that I hope we can follow if it goes to trial. Which one, Steph? Which one? Goodness gracious, what is taking them so long? Pee or get off the pot. We're live. Dan Rodimer, former pro wrestler. Hmm. I don't know if I know who that is. Mm. Oh, okay. This is a closed hearing and will not be live streamed. We do not know if it is a jury question or something else. Urgh. Dag nabbit. Dang. Brenda says, so thankful God can do anything, but I feel he does even more with all you loving people sending up prayers. Thank you all again. You're absolutely welcome, Brenda. Just killed a man who had spent 20 years in prison before being released and later exonerated for oof of his friend Angie Dodge. Wow. Dang. Hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, I'm just catching up on well, they probably stopped at Margaret because they're in the middle of procedure, what they're either have a question or there's something that they're having to discuss. So while they're doing that, they probably did turn the deliberation clock off because they're not actually deliberating, they're getting information. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I don't know why it's closed. I'm sure we'll get information soon. Um, um, oh, sorry, Sherry. I didn't see. No, I'm not paused. If you see this ticker running across the bottom of the screen here, that means that it's playing. You know what I'm saying? Out of Nevada, supposedly pro wrestler didn't like that he was talking to his stepdaughter at a party, punched him in the head, and knocked his head into a coffee table. Jeez Louise. Hmm. We do need to know the things, all these things. Well, I'm keeping an eye on Nate Eaton because um someone says, "Whoa, that's different, right? I believe a question would be public unless there's an issue with a juror and they need to be replaced. Would that be closed?" Other people are speculating a plea deal. I see a Lodi circle again. Hmm. That was Law and Crime Network. That was not my internet. We're still live. Okay. Um. Sorry, guys, I'm reading. Let's see. Let's see. You think he would settle on a plea deal? I don't know. Let me go back over here and search. Yeah, someone else says the jury clock just stopped at 4 hours and 7 minutes. Could be a number of things, such as a lunch break, doubtful on a verdict, or one of the jurors has a question in the state of Idaho v. Chad Daybell. Ay, ay, ay. I wonder what it could be, though. I mean, really. Seth says, I doubt the prosecution still has a plea deal on the table after all this. I doubt it. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Wait, what's closed? Mm. So nervous. Don't say but or I'm gonna poop talk again. Hmm. That's funny. Oh, Daryl Brooks? That sounds about right, yeah. QB Nate says it's closed and will not be streamed. Yeah. QB, what are you talking about? My closed comment was was something else, not about that. It was the docket had said something, and I was thinking, never mind. Sorry, words are not my friend today. Words are not my friend today. Ay, ay, ay. Uh-oh. She's telling me, Steph. She's telling on you. She's telling on you. She's like, Mom. Mom. I keep going and scrolling through the um tweets and stuff looking to see if I can find and refreshing, you know. So mm, hey Lee. Hey, hey, hey. Hey Lee. I want a snack. You say that right when Lee comes in and is like, here's all the snacks. Closed hearing, this is torture. Don't they know this? I know, right? This is very torturous. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. I don't know. On my cross stitch, hold on, let me tell you. So I started the house part. Now I'm working on the roof part. Yeah. Working on the roof part. I'm excited to get a little bit more done on it today. Hopefully, maybe. Lenore is looking forward to tonight. Yes, Lee. Yes. Yipper. I am. We're waiting, Lee, for they stopped the verdict watch clock because apparently there's something going on. I don't know what the deal is. We thought we were going to get to watch it, whatever was going on in the courtroom, but they're like, nope. Just kidding. Yeah, so we don't know if the jury has a question, if there's an issue. We all know that they have issues with dates, right? Margaret said, what if they come out and they say he decided to plead guilty? Lori told him to go through the portal potty. Lori told him to through the portal potty. Well, I mean, I guess that's always a strong possibility, huh? While he was pooping. Ay, ay, ay. Everybody's saying plea deal, plea deal, plea deal, plea deal, plea deal. Ugh. I need to know right now. Oh, come on. This is getting to be too much. This is getting to be too much. Oh, have you guys voted in the poll? Side note, let me check to see what the vote count is in the poll. Oh, wow. Nice. 22 votes. 22 votes. Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. Oh my God. Fuck, I'm sorry I keep stopping. I can't talk and read at the same time. So just so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Mm. Well, I guess that we'll just sit here and wait and watch, right? Prosecutors allow a plea deal after all this time and money. I'm gonna be hot, right? That would not be good. Right, Lee? He says maybe after hearing all the things rehashed, he had an attack of the guilt and decided to plead guilty. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Steph says I'm gonna go shower and do things and come back and listen to Jenny's silence in 2 times speed. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, Lawrence is sitting here with our good behavior takes too long. Mm. I'm gonna have to have more coffee soon. Like I got 1 or 2 swigs left. What will I ever do? What will I ever do? Um, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to hold on just a second. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. I'm gonna share this tab. This is the Karen Swift murder trial. Yes, Brenda, I did see that. I think I remember hearing that about Daryl Brooks. No good, blankety blank. Um, while we're waiting for an update on uh Daybell, let me make a new banner. I'm gonna type in this banner and I'm gonna say, while we wait for verdict in Chad Daybell, let's catch up on the Karen Swift trial. All right. There we go. Now I have that. Someone text me if they come back with a verdict, please. I'll hop in unless I'm in the shower or at Aiden's appointment. Hearing from BK will also be live in about 15 minutes. Yes, thank you, Brenda, for the heads up. Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, nothing new yet on that. But I think that we could check out the opening statements for this Karen Swift trial and kind of get an idea about what this is about, right? Plus, this trial is in Tennessee. We all love a good accent, right? So let's do that. Let's check this out. QB said that's the link I sent you, Jenny. Motion to compel for BK. Didn't you say that it was piggyback off of the last hearing? I'll be honest, I didn't really I mean, I watched part of the hearing. But then I kind of got like zoned out because the guy that was on the stand was I don't know, some forensic phone data expert or something. Brenda says, watch out for my Jenny. I think I know what you meant, Brenda. Thank you. I think it's a continuance of that. Last hearing was closed. Well, what was the one hearing where the dude was on the stand talking about the phone data? I don't want to be confused. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. So Nate says 20 seconds ago, everyone who was in the courtroom is now in the hallway. We have no idea what is happening inside the courtroom, but it remains closed to the public. What does that mean? What does that mean? Everyone who was in the courtroom is now in the hallway. We have no idea what is happening inside the courtroom, but it remains closed to the public. What does that even mean? People keep bringing up a plea deal. Someone says, I think they may have a verdict and they're just trying to plan for the day. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. This is exhausting. um, Gail said curiouser and curiouser. Yeah, I know, right, Margaret? We're gonna need a nap after this. Jeez Louise. They'd let them in to wait, but sent them back out. Oof. That's nerve-wracking. Mhm. Mhm. Somebody said, "Stick your ears to the door." Lord, 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 have mercy. Hold on, I'm gonna go over here to Twitter. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm gonna go to Twitter. And all right, so I'm gonna share this tab here. This is our Twitter stream. Hi, Lisa S. Welcome, 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 welcome. I'm gonna take this banner back off just because we're not currently streaming that. But I want to show you guys what's going on over here on Twitter. This cracks me up. Look at this right here. It says everyone who was in the courtroom is now in the hallway. We have no idea what's happening inside the courtroom, but it remains closed to the public. Look, this is what somebody posted. I love it. Oh, right? Oh my gosh. Yay, yay, yay. Um, Someone else says, hope it's nothing to bring about the M word. Hmm. This is the one that says, stick your ears to the door. Hmm. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Here's another good one. Look at that one. I'm so confused. Oh my God, I love this. Look at this one. Keeping Up Appearances. You guys ever watch that show on TV? I love that show. That's her peeking in the window. Hyacinth. Crack me up. Oh, and then there's this one. Oh, God. You guys are so good. Oh. Nate says, I brought donuts for people in line the day Lori Vallow's jury deliberated, and we got a verdict 4 hours later. I'm hoping for similar luck today. That's cute. Okay. Refresh, 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 refresh. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, now this says we're back in the courtroom. Chad Daybell and John Pryor are sitting at the defense table, and prosecutors are at their table. Unclear if Judge Boyce will publicly address what just happened. Hmm. Back in the courtroom, Daybell, Pryor sitting at the defense table. Prosecutors are at their table. Unclear if Boyce will publicly address. I hope that he does. Um, Let me go back over here to the. Let me share this tab instead.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, 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 oh. Here we go.
All right,
What's going on?
counsel, we are on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
All right, please.
Good catch, Lisa. That's a good catch. Yeah, I saw earlier that she wasn't in there, or they didn't mention her. But Margaret says if the jury found the missing instruction, then they're being very careful and thorough. And then Lisa says they're on count 6.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
I mean, doesn't mean they're going in order. I mean, I guess.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder, as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 18, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought, and 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows: all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving if we have any other questions or a verdict.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. So thank God it was just a little snafu in the instructions, but holy cow. How do you miss this? Is like, I mean, I know that things like that happen, but oh my God. I mean, last week it was the whole thing with JJ, the count for JJ, and then this. Ugh. Margaret says, I think that they're close. I'm kind of wondering it too, especially if they are going in order on each count. I don't know, you guys. I feel like in my bones, I feel like they're close. I feel like they're close. We need the long crime timer up here instead of this white screen. You know, we need the timer here where it was at before. I will say though, I am going to go back. I want to go look. Hold on. I know we got 50 things going on in the back of our head, but I want to go look for the Koberger thing. Let me see. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's just kind of watch this for a little bit, see what's going on. In this hearing, shall we? For Koberger.
And that goes from Pullman out towards Troy. And that
I'm going to rewind it.
Ms. Jennings, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen? No.
And like I was saying, this is I'm going to make another new banner. Let me make another new banner. Watching. We wait for Daybell verdict. Scroll across. All right. Now let me go back up here into the comments. And we can watch this. I don't know how long it'll be, but at least it'll, kill some time while we're waiting on the verdict. But I'm going to keep the verdict watch screen up. The timer, the clock is moving again. I see the timer, the verdict watch clock moving at 4 hours, 7 minutes, 31 seconds. So it's moving. But let's just watch this while we wait. I'm going to hit the play button. I've got to go to the potty. My bladder is about to burst, and that's no good. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Is also subbing in for Ms. Beatty. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. We have motions to compel discovery for the fifth. There have been some supplements. In more recently, I think I got a couple on May. Well, 28th, I believe. So we need to sort that out. That's going to be in the morning. And that is open, obviously. And afternoon, starting at 1:30, we're going to address genetic genealogy. I think that's the plan. Okay, so starting with you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. After last week, we had one witness testify, and I have two additional witnesses this morning, and then there will be witnesses this afternoon in closed session as well.
Okay.
And I'd be prepared to call my next witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Call Brett Payne.
Okay. Make sure, please come forward. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and that's but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do. All right, thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And then when you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
Name is Brett Payne, last spelled Payne.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you tell us your occupation?
I am currently employed by the Moscow Police Department as the detective corporal.
What experience do you have prior to Moscow Police Department?
I was served in the military for 6 years. 3 of those were as a commissioned officer in the military police corps.
How long have you been with Moscow Police Department?
6 years.
We're here to talk about the case of the state of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Have you worked on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your role in that case?
I was assigned as the case agent for Moscow PD for that investigation.
Does case agent mean you're the person in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I called you the lead detective, would that be a term that was the same thing as person in charge and
Yes,
case
ma'am.
agent?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. What were your general responsibilities as the lead detective in the case?
So when I became case agent, I was assigned to work the command post that was established at the Moscow Police Department, along with my partners in Idaho State Police and the FBI. We managed the command post and directed the general direction of local investigation.
Would that mean you would be a person to write warrants and affidavits in support of warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct or direct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you search for a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the go-to person and the person in charge for evidence that would be brought into Moscow Police Department to support your case?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Who's in charge?
That would have been our evidence custodian.
As the lead detective, were you aware of the evidence that would be under the control of the evidence custodian?
Not entirely. I was made aware of basically the most pertinent evidence that was coming in, but was not aware of every single piece of evidence that was brought into those.
Okay. During the course of, I guess, the investigation from November 13th forward, was there videos that were collected, like a video canvas done of the community?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Is that something you were involved in?
No, ma'am, I was not involved in the direct collection of those videos.
Who is responsible for the video collection and knowing what videos exist?
So the way that worked was, individual investigators who went out in the community and collected those videos, brought them back to the police department and provided them to our digital forensics office, and then they were later booked in through that channel.
So the digital forensics office would be the responsible entity to receive these pieces of video surveillance, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I would say it was a dropping off point for those pieces, yes.
And who is that person?
That was a joint effort between Detective Mowry and several people within the FBI.
Which people within the FBI?
I do not remember.
Detective Payne, I'm asking because last week, Detective Mowry told us that he wasn't in charge of these videos. And I need to know where they are. Do you have any idea who the FBI agents are that were also in charge of this?
And we could certainly find that out for you, yes, ma'am. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need to do that. Let's talk a little bit about what surveillance is out there. These were cameras from different businesses, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, as well as some private residences.
Let's focus on the businesses for just a minute. Those would be collected at main points in Moscow where you might find person of interest, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, we canvassed pretty much the entire city of Moscow looking for places that were willing to or could provide us video.
And was it also important to think about if somebody were to come into or leave Moscow, the kind of video cameras you might find on those areas?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
And that would be the east-west road between Moscow and Pullman, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, referring to SR 270/Pullman Road. They wanted that to refer to.
I know that as the Moscow Pullman Highway.
Yeah.
I think that's the same thing, or Highway 8.
Works for me.
And that goes from Pullman out towards Troy in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also important in that video collection would be the north-south Highway 95, the north end of Moscow and the south part of Moscow. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And so you collected business videos or had that done, but who I need to talk to about this would be Detective Mallory or an unnamed FBI agent. Do I
Or
understand that?
the agents who were the officers, investigators who collected that specific video would have written reports, to the best of my knowledge, stating such that they collected video from X, Y, and Z. That would be the best person to speak to about that particular video.
But if they collected it and gave it to Moscow Police Department or the digital evidence people, isn't it your department that I'd be looking at and say, where is this now?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to talk about some of those specific ones, but you brought up residential cameras in that canvas as well. Are you talking about things like Ring cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Ring cameras and other sorts of private security systems that people may have had.
Ring cameras have a way of sending out a notice to Ring camera owners to check their data. Is that right?
I believe so.
Was that done in this case?
I do not remember if that was done or not.
Are you familiar with some of the Ring camera?
Hey, Miss King. Welcome, welcome. We're waiting on the Daybell verdict. And while we wait, we're watching the live stream of the Brian Koberger hearing. So that's what we're doing while we wait for Daybell. So, how are you today? How are you?
Cameras or home surveillance videos in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
In particular, I think your affidavit talked about one on Indian Hills Road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How did that camera come to your attention?
I believe Detective Vargas works for MPD. She contacted the residents at that, or the person who lives at that residence, and they provided that camera footage to Detective Vargas.
Do you know why she contacted them?
I believe it was part of just the video canvas, best of my knowledge.
Now, I want to talk about some of the specific businesses, and you mentioned that I'd be looking at a police report to tell me if it existed or not. As the case manager or the detective, are you familiar with the reports from other officers that may have talked about turning in videos?
Some of them, certainly not all of them.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that he be handed two defendants' exhibits. They are RR and SS. No, thank you. One of the videos I want to talk about comes from the Red Star Coffee Company. Do you know where that business is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
That's on Pullman Road and right next to the Stinker Station.
So the Pullman Road that's also known as Moscow Pullman Road, that within the city of Moscow?
Correct.
Okay. And if you look at exhibit RR, and if I can draw your attention to on page 2 to paragraph 9 and page 3, paragraph 9 continues over there. Based on your review of that, am I correct in believing that the Red Star surveillance video was collected and given to Moscow Police Department?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
I do not know.
Who do I ask where it is?
That would be through the evidence custodian and MPD. That'd be my best direction for you.
So I need to go to the evidence custodian and ask him to bring all of the videos out so I can watch them all to see if that one exists.
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of videotape do you think have been collected?
A lot.
Thousands?
Yes, easily.
Detective Payne, I want to look at defendant's exhibit SS now. Don't put our away. I think we might go back there in just a minute, but SS, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 1.
Okay.
Would I be correct in believing that I should be able to have a videotape from a place called Monday's Machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Monday's Machine?
I don't know where Monday's Machine is, ma'am. Does not sound familiar to me.
Can you see the address that's also listed in paragraph 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help you know where Monday's Machine might be?
It'd be south of Moscow city limits if memory serves, but that's the best I can recall.
You don't know where this particular numbered address on South Main might be?
No, ma'am.
Well, let's go back to, let me ask you this. Who do I ask where that video is?
Restate what I did before is go through the evidence custodian at Moscow PD.
Let's go back to RR for a minute, and if you can turn with me to page 4. I'll draw your attention to paragraph number 21, particularly subparts B, C, D, and G. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And there, we're talking about 4 different businesses all within the city of Moscow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those are on Main Street in Moscow. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I read the first sentence in that paragraph, am I correct in believing that Moscow Police Department should be in possession of all of those videos?
It reads that way. Yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
I would have to direct you to the video that have been turned into the evidence lab in Moscow PD.
I want to talk a little bit, I'm going to move from videos now, and I want to talk a little bit about affidavits and search warrants that you wrote. You,
Can I ask a question? You're not asking to admit these exhibits?
Your Honor, I haven't.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I haven't. The court has those in a pre-filing to put the court and counsel on notice of things we talk about. I'm not going to ask that these be admitted this way. Detective Payne didn't write them, but he's familiar with the content, so I think I have your questions answered. Thank you. Let's talk about affidavits and search warrants for a minute. Did you author affidavits in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use affidavits you authored in support of search warrants to obtain information that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author the affidavit that was used for the arrest warrant for Brian Koberger?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you rely on when you wrote these affidavits?
Be more specific.
Yes, let's focus on the affidavit for the AT&T records. There were 2 search warrants on December 23rd, 2022. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about those search warrants and the affidavit. First, the affidavit. What did you rely on in the affidavit you wrote for the first AT&T search warrant on December 23rd, 2022?
It was a conglomerate of interviews, data received from cell phones, my observations of some surveillance footage that was taking place, various other things. Go down the line. If you could be more specific on specific parts, I'd be happy to tell you what I'd like.
Okay. There was a part of the affidavit where you talked about WSU officers identifying white Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about 2011 to 2013 Elantras, and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year of 2016 Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel, who's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for. It would be in his report, we'd be more specific, but that was what I based the affidavit off of, that portion of it.
I understand as far as when we get to 2013, but when we go beyond that, what did you rely on to get beyond that?
It would have been his input as an expert in vehicle identification. That's what we relied on.
Part of your affidavit talks about WSU officers finding white Elantras. And I believe there was an officer that you had some communication with. Do you recall the date you had that communication?
I do not recall the date.
Did you have some messaging system exchange with this officer to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only means of communication you had with this officer?
No, ma'am. I believe I spoke to him on the telephone as well.
When you spoke to him on the telephone, how did that relate to the date of the messaging?
It would have likely been, if memory serves, it would likely been that same day.
Okay. Does December 20th, 2022 sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this conversation with this officer from Washington, it related backwards to when he noticed an Elantra, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Brian Koberger?
Do not remember what date that was.
Well, maybe you can give me an estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WSU about an observation from a month before. And we know on December 23rd, you're asking for AT&T warrants for information. Can you narrow
That's
it
a
down?
yes.
Sorry, Judge.
That's a yes. You can, I just want to get the record. Yes,
Yes, that's
okay,
correct.
thank you.
So between those 2 days, does that help you identify the first time you saw cell phone records related to Brian Koberger?
Memory serves, the first time I saw any cell phone records related to Brian Koberger was after we received the return from the first search warrant.
Just to be sure I'm tracking with you, when you say the return from the first search warrant, we're talking about the first AT&T warrant.
Yes,
Is that right?
that's correct.
And in that warrant, you were seeking 48 hours worth of records, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if I call those the 48-hour records, we'll both be on the same page?
Yep.
All right. You wrote your second AT&T warrant for a much longer period of phone records that same day, December 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
How far ahead of that warrant did you see the records?
It would have been upon the receipt of the 48-hour records that came in from AT&T. Immediately after receiving those, I began writing that second section of the second AT&T warrant for the longer period. If that makes sense.
It does. So you get these records and you take a look at them and you start writing your warrant. Is that right?
The records were provided to FBI Special Agent Balance, who began deciphering them. I'm not an expert in cell phone records.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you.
So, no, ma'am, I'm not. So he was the one who was conveying that information to me so I could understand what it was.
So do you get the records and then get them to him somehow?
Yes, ma'am.
The records do they go directly to Balance?
I do not recall what the distribution was on the return itself. I do not recall that.
Are you and Balance exchanging emails about these records?
No, ma'am, not that I remember.
How did you get them to them?
We were co-located. At the time, Detective Balance was at the Moscow Police Department about 30 feet down the hallway.
Are the two of you exchanging text messaging during this time?
I do not remember if you texted during that time.
I may have a record that would refresh your memory. I'm certainly not seeking to have these admitted, but I'd like to hand him some records to see if we can refresh his memory. Do you recognize what's been placed in front of you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about participating in text messages with Nicholas Balance?
It really does not, ma'am.
Will you look at, there's 3 separate stapled documents. Will you move that one and go to the next one?
Still on December 23rd?
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that exchange, the one at the top of this second.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
No, ma'am, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Seems vaguely familiar.
Okay. So just so I'm clear then, Nick Balance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay. Well, you told me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
So when you wrote this second AT&T warrant, you have possession of Brian Koberger's call detail records or AT&T records, but you don't know what they mean, so you're relying on somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Who all did you rely on?
Mainly it was Special Agent Balance. He was my main point of contact for understanding what was going on.
Okay. In fact, in your affidavit for the second AT&T report, there's a couple of maps in there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them has some video camera information. That's the first map. Where did that come from?
I do not recall. If you have a copy of it, I can refresh my memory and tell you.
I bet I do. I have what we've marked defendants B.
Are you referring to there's 2 maps, the WSU focus map you're referring to? It's
Yeah.
completely washed out on this copy. I can't, you can see where it is.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. Where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilley with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map.
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am, memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Polk. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that map?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Pullman.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you.
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cast report. That's the only cast report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
So on December 23rd, are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I've only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
All right. And from the FBI, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilley at Moscow Police Department with you. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
and all of this work is done with verbal communication, is that right?
The majority of it, yes, ma'am.
And Nick Balance's cast draft report.
Correct.
and I think Special Agent Imel's vehicle identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about what you were seeking to get in this. Well, let me ask this before I leave the second search warrant. Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search warrant to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Of those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you ask for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance?
I do not recall when I first saw them.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for that?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay, you wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI agent Balance and Detective Mowry were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Koberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves.
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but
And-
specifics.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I could have just a minute?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'll.
Yes. Okay, I thought you were just stepping off, so. Jennings?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Morning.
Good work.
To your knowledge, has all the evidence in Moscow Police Department's possession been turned over to the state for us to discover?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you facilitated the defense visiting MPD to review the physical evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I had to guess, I'd say 6.
Now, let's talk specifically about this video surveillance. Explain to me the process for collecting video surveillance.
So in this investigation, the way that played out was we directed the investigators to go into the community and collect any available surveillance footage there was. Once they had done that, they were tasked with bringing it back to Moscow Police Department, placing it in the digital forensics lab, and then writing a supplemental report on where they collected that information. That was the process.
Do you know how many agencies helped in this video canvas?
Certainly the FBI and the Idaho State Police. I'm not sure if any other agencies helped. I don't.
Do you know approximately how many agents were out collecting video?
Easily over a dozen. I don't know the specific number, but
Isn't it true that investigators collected video surveillance from approximately 79 businesses
yes, ma'am.
and approximately 10 residences? So let's talk about the areas that Ms. Taylor mentioned. Isn't it true that there's other surveillance video capturing the Moscow Pullman Highway, specifically on the way to Pullman?
Yes, ma'am. There is.
Isn't it true we've turned over video for banks
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that highway? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance for stores on that highway?
Yes,
Isn't it true we've turned over video for gas stations?
yes,
Now let's talk about the Troy Highway towards Troy. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
yes,
as well as apartments?
yes.
Now let's move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all co-located there at Moscow. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on. As they relay that to me, I can put that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection leading.
Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Don't know.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in two separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit, so.
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
I want to talk a little bit more about the video and what's been turned over and what hasn't been turned over to us. And I want to focus a little bit on South US 95. Do you recall that south of Moscow on US 95 is the path that you put in your search warrant and affidavit alleging that Brian Koberger left Moscow going south on US 95?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that one of the videos that you gave us, the coffee shop there on South 95, that leaving Moscow, you'd have to pass that covers 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
I do not recall the time frame for that.
And so the time frame in these videos would matter, right?
Certainly.
The time frame in the videos to be meaningful would need to cover a time that surrounds the allegations against Mr. Koberger. Is that fair to say?
You could say that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Watson Kari Construction had a video, and that also has a very limited time frame, like 5 a.m., just 1 hour of video also?
Sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
And that's also south on Highway 95, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one we talked about today, Monday's machine that nobody could find, that clearly was given to Moscow Police Department, that's also south on 95.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help me know what you have and why you don't have the relevant timeframes?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together though, did we?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that that evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive?
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay. So for us to do that together would take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my best way to try to find this Monday's machine
Sure.
and Watson Kari Construction.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thanks.
All right. Ms. Taylor, anything to follow up on that? Ms. Jennings?
Oh, just one second. Thank you. I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Koberger or White Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay, what does it state?
Memory serves states that the next time, well, it states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene. McKean Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga and Blues River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
And what's that other route?
I believe the one that was referenced in the affidavit goes from Blues River Drive, which turns into Sand Road at the state line, not the Idaho-Washington state line. That road continues westbound until south of Pullman and eventually leads north into Pullman at Bishop Boulevard, if memory serves.
And does that path of travel go by Watson Carry Construction?
I do not believe it does.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, we did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Are you testifying that Mr. Koberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
Which one does your map depict?
I believe the map starts well south of Moscow, or more towards Genesee, and there is the line that starts there. However, I would direct you to the paragraph at the beginning of the map that says this is a possible route to travel between the two locations.
So you're just not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow,
Yes, ma'am. What?
and that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time, attempting to find additional video footage.
What did you find?
Nothing to my recollection.
Not one video depicting the car.
To my memory, no.
Good enough, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay, great. Can this, Detective, Payne be this excused at this point?
He can be, thank you.
Okay, any objections? All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. You can, you're free to stay or leave.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we call Siren.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
Thank you. All right, thank you, Sue. So you go ahead and have a seat there, and then please state your name and spell your last.
I, Ray, R-A-Y.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you tell us what you do?
I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices.
Let's talk about how you got to that place where you, by consultation on devices and geolocation.
Okay.
What background led you to this job?
I started with a law enforcement background. I started my law enforcement career in 1995 in Arizona. Started working with the first set of cell phone records in that capacity in 97, late 1997. There wasn't a lot of training. Obviously, cell phone technology and the use of that in criminal investigations was very new and novel at that time. So most of my early training came directly from the carriers. If I was working a case with Verizon or AT&T, I would work directly with Verizon or AT&T engineers to understand the records, what they meant, how to map them, how to interpret it. In 2000, I started a very small police department in Arizona. In 2000, I transferred to a much larger police department in the Phoenix area. When I made that transition, I took more of an investigative role. I was previously a patrol officer. That investigative role, I started with a DEA task force where I worked with drug narcotic interdictions, and the primary role there working with cell phone records. So I had some more training experience in that capacity. In 2001, late 2001, I left that position and I went into a full-time investigations position. I started with sex crimes and child crimes. Again, using cell phone records and attending what training was available. Again, most of that is from the carriers directly. About 2004, I moved out of sex crimes and child crimes into persons crimes or violent crimes. So any type of a dangerous or violent crime against a person. Continuing to work with cell phone records and attending what training I could. In 2008, I was promoted to sergeant and I was immediately put into a homicide robbery sergeant's position where I stayed until 2010. Around 2004, I started doing a lot of work with cell site simulators. And that is a piece of equipment that allows you to physically go out in the field and find a mobile device. In a very brief summary, it's the ability to create a fake cell tower that is mobile, it's in a vehicle. And if I can analyze your phone records and determine a rough area that you're at, I can put this mobile platform in that area. Your phone will register to it and I can physically track the phones. It's in courtrooms, in a bedroom, wherever it could be. In 2007, our agency purchased that equipment. So prior to that, I was working with other agencies looking for devices using it. 2007, we purchased our own equipment. That purchase also prompted more training. There was a company, it's owned by Boeing. They came in and I had 80 hours at that point specific to cellular network engineering, how to go out and actually conduct these surveys to understand how a particular cell phone network works in a particular area, how to replicate, how to create a cell site that looks legitimate in that area. I worked with that company for a number of years in doing that, hundreds of hours worth of back and forth working, actually going out in the field and doing this. In 2010, I had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan as an advisor, in charge of an undercover Afghan police team that targeted IED cells. And again, we would look at different types of technology that we could leverage in doing that. I came back in late 2010, early 2011, and went back to the police department. In 2012, our department created a position that this was a full-time position. Now that's all I did was track phones pretty much every day, using cell site simulators, using phone records, whatever technology we could leverage. Because of the lack of training that was available when I was a younger officer, in 2007, I started a training company. At the time it was called Phoenix Training. And I created a training company to provide law enforcement training, specifically as it relates to cell phone records. I've been providing that training from 2007 up to about 2013 now. I was really frustrated with the lack of software and training available to law enforcement. It's very complex and clunky, for lack of a better term. So I began researching and teaching myself how to do some basic computer programming, and I wrote a program that I could take phone records from any carrier in the United States and I could put it in this program and it would immediately map hundreds, if not thousands of connections. It was pretty unique at the time. There just wasn't a lot of options out there that was doing the geolocation. There was a lot of analytics to who's calling who and how often they call that person. But specifically to put it on a map for detailed geolocation data, there was a big gap in the market. It worked really, really well. And at the time, because we were tracking phones in the field, it gave me this very unique opportunity where I could use a search warrant, get phone records, analyze the phone records, come up with a hypothesis that this phone is most likely Thursday at 2 a.m. going to be in this neighborhood, and then physically go to that location to recover the phone. And then I could evaluate, was I right? Was I wrong? Do I need to tweak something? Mid 2013, our agency was assisting a lot of other agencies because we had, for lack of a better term, we had progressed significantly on our ability to find phones. I had a lot of agencies asking me for a copy of my mapping program. And I was just about at 20 years at that point. I realized maybe it's time to go do something else. So in May of 2014, I retired from the police department and I started a company called ZETX, ZETX. And we offered a couple different things. So we had the mapping program that I just described. Obviously, when I'm running it on my laptop, it can be a little clunky. It doesn't have to be perfect. When we started a business, we actually hired computer engineers to come in and take what I had written and scale it to a national platform. So we offered the mapping services, which was both real time and historical. We took that original training class that I had built and we scaled it out. So we had a basic 40-hour that would just give you the nuts and bolts of how to look at phone records, what they mean, what type of records to obtain. We also started a subject matter expert course. It was one of the first courses in the country where law enforcement could actually come in and become certified as subject matter experts in this field. Did some training courses as well that we created on drive testing, so the ability to go out and scan and monitor cellular networks. Because of those two features, my job duties changed dramatically, where I found myself consulting with law enforcement daily, sometimes multiple times in a day, on cases very similar to this case, where I would have a law enforcement agency that's using our product or has attended our training that would call me for some type of review or analysis. And I've lost count. It's thousands and thousands of cases. To put that in perspective for some just general numbers, I sold this company in 2021. At that time, around 2021, 2022, the system had mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States. We were seeing thousands of uploads a week. We had created this program in 2014 that if any law enforcement agency in the country called us because they had some type of crime, we would overnight them a drive test scanner, which gives them the ability to go out and do a forensic examination of cell tower networks. It was no cost. We ate all of the cost of this. So we paid for the scanners. Initially, we paid for the shipping. And the idea there is we wanted to create a national tower database that would have just a collection of drive tests. I want to say we have over 3 million towers in that database today that have been scanned or measured in some capacity. I am unaware of any other database in the world like it. And we use that to feed the mapping platform to increase the accuracy of the mapping. Something that we did that was very unique with our company is we actually provided an estimated coverage area. So instead of just saying this phone connected to this cell site in the antenna points north, we would give the person doing the analysis a general idea of where that phone could possibly be within a radius. We were the only ones doing it when we did this. Since then, since 2014, more recently, since about 2020, pretty much the rest of the industry has adopted, if not the same standard, a very similar standard. So the company we were using to do the drive test data is a company by the name of Rohde, R-O-H-D-E, and Schwarz, S-C-H-W-A-R-Z. They're a German company out of Munich. They've adopted the way that we were doing some of the ranging. The FBI task team has adopted that, has actually brought that tower density is what is the general term for it, and it's now a feature in the CASPIS program. So through the years with training, I've probably been involved in training 30, maybe 35,000 law enforcement officers from around the country. We had about 650 law enforcement agencies within the United States. At some point, all of the federal agencies have used our products in their training, and I've done quite a bit of consulting internationally as well. Towards the end of that period, we started working more with Rohde and Schwarz. Rohde and Schwarz decided that they wanted to look at the ability to implement a cell site simulator in the United States. They had one for Europe. They were considering doing it for the United States. So they sent me their first one for the United States, and I worked with their engineers for about a year, testing it, reviewing it, working it. So another several hundred hours there. I've tried to figure out how many of these missions, if you will, of going out and finding a phone or looking at phone records, and it is literally thousands and thousands of hours at this point. I can't tell you specifically. That would be the background.
Sounds like your background is mostly in law enforcement, and then you moved into a specialty with cell phones, cell towers, drive testing, radio waves, all of that kind of thing.
That would be correct.
Through that and through the training of other officers to do this work and to use your program, have you testified as an expert in this field?
I have, if it's not 100 times, it's right there near it, roughly 100 times in both state and federal.
And have you been qualified as an expert in state courts,
Yes,
in federal courts?
yes.
How about Idaho?
Don't think I have in Idaho. I can't, I've consulted on a lot of cases in Idaho, but I don't think I've ever had testimony in Idaho.
This your first time then?
I believe it is.
Generally, when you work, and I'm talking about when you've done your consulting work or worked with an agency to do what you do to review the records and to analyze the data, do you usually work with the defense?
This is the first time I've ever testified for this.
Fair to say you usually are a prosecution witness?
That is a very fair statement.
Well, here you are, and you're working with us in Mr. Koberger's case. What's your role in this case?
Trying to conduct an analysis of all of the geolocation data, at this point still focused primarily on Mr. Koberger's device, ultimately all devices, but any geolocation data, which is the ability to look at a specific area, whatever range or size that might be at a specific time. And
Hey,
put some type
Kayleen.
of
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you.
and reliability to a phone's travel.
Definitely impressive,
It's static,
QB. You're right.
it's moving when it's not moving, when it's off, it's on. Those type of things, but specifically as it relates to network, so the cellular network or a Wi-Fi network, I am not a forensic digital guy. I don't get into cell extractions. I'm not looking at the metadata on the phone. I'm looking at it very much as a network.
If I can make a rough distinction, you're not the person that's gonna tell me who they called and which Facebook groups they might be a part of. You're not gonna look at the data from the phone like photographs, but you're gonna tell
Yeah,
me
the last
places
one
this
was
phone
too.
went
They're
and how it was
she's
used.
calling her
Kind of. Let me
experts
clean that up a little
or
bit. I will look first at where I believe the phone went, where it traveled, how it got there, how
people
long
that
it
they've
took, possible
hired,
routes.
so to speak.
And then to your point, I call it cooperative data. I'm then going to seek out all that data you just talked about to say, okay, well, we have these 3 photographs, we have this piece of surveillance video, we have these 4 receipts. I'm going to overlay it with my analysis so that I can corroborate the analysis accurate, or maybe we see activity associated with that person and the phone's not there. Does that person just not have the phone, or is part of our analysis wrong? Maybe surveillance details wrong. We don't know. So eventually I will get back to that data you're talking about, but I'm not the guy that's going to go out and extract that data.
Would it be fair to say that that's data that you would use in a final analysis as it comes in from other sources, that you're the go-to for me to understand how a phone works with a tower and how it moves between towers if the phone's in motion somewhere?
Yes, 100%.
You talked a little bit about drive test data or drive testing, and that being part of the company that you developed and part of the work that you've done. Is that helpful in understanding the ultimate picture?
Depending on the type of records we're dealing with, it can be very helpful. When we're looking at just basic call detail records, CDRs, a lot of times we're just getting connections to a particular cell site, and we can say a PSI of that cell site. Sometimes the frequencies that are used. Drive testing is really the only way to get a little bit more specific with where that phone may be. But more importantly, we can start to rule out areas we know it's not by drive testing. So just think of drive testing as a forensic evaluation of the actual cellular network in a particular area.
Fair enough. Are you familiar with AT&T records?
I am intimately familiar with AT&T records.
How long do you think you've been working with AT&T records?
28 years.
In our case that we're here on today, have you reviewed any AT&T records that relate to Mr. Koberger?
I have.
Oh, you're right, QB. He was. That's true.
What
That's true.
AT&T
But I
refers to
guess
as
she called
their
him.
regular CDR, which is a report AU as an atom union. I
The
have
prosecution didn't call him.
identified the report CT as in Charles Tom, which is the subscriber information. There's a really weird name called Locavore, which is AT&T's attempt to estimate general locations using latitude and longitude. I don't want to say GPS because it is different than GPS. I believe I've looked at some ping data from December. For the most part, that's what I've reviewed so far.
Have you looked at two separate AT&T warrant returns from December 23rd, 2022?
I have.
In your experience with working with AT&T records, is it common or uncommon to have two warrants, one that relies on the content of the first in the same day?
It's not uncommon to see a small time period that produces results that would increase the desire, the need for a bigger time period of records. Seeing that entire process happen twice in the same day is extremely rare.
Well, the first AT&T record, we called it today the 48-hour AT&T record of Brian's call detail record. If you were to take that and do an analysis on a call detail record, how long would that take?
Depends on the analysis. So I'll qualify that answer with looking at what was put into the second warrant that shows us at least parts of that analysis to include a route that was identified. To do it reliably and feel comfortable that I'm accurate, at least 3 hours. And that's if you know what you're doing and you have all the tools at your disposal. Arguably, you could spend half a day or more doing that very easily.
To do that, do you just take these records, printed copy, and know what's on there, or do you have to do something with those records?
You would have to use some type of a mapping platform software, and you would take the digital copy, which is typically a text file, you would import it into that program, which would then map everything. But if I'm going to use those results, search warrant affidavit, for example, there's a process that I'm going to go through to confirm the accuracy, because in theory, if I'm wrong, the entire linchpin of that case is now hinged on this affidavit that I wrote. So before I commit to swearing out to an affidavit, hey, this is what the phone is doing, X, Y, and Z, there's a further process of just mapping it to validate it. In this case, there's a lot of time distance measurements that need to be performed that can be extremely time consuming. There's some ulterior issues that come up with how that phone is interacting with other cell sites that needs to be analyzed. Again, saying that a very qualified, competent investigator spending half a day just coming up with that basic summary is very reasonable.
In that half a day, you would put that record into a computer program and a map would be produced?
Correct.
What other information besides that call detail record would you need to do this analysis?
In this case, I would want the call detail records. I would want the locavore, LOCAVOR. And I would want the regional cell tower list from AT&T.
Does AT&T generally provide that regional cell tower list inside of its record that it produces pursuant to the search warrant?
No, I would actually say by policy, they do not. It's a very large file. It typically does not transmit very well to government email. So they would direct users of where they could go online and download.
And have you looked at this record, the 48-hour AT&T search warrant record, the return on that?
I have.
Did that include the regional tower list?
It did not.
Okay. So if you are doing this analysis, you put CDR records into a computer program, you put a regional tower list into the computer program, what does it produce?
The CDRs would show me cell sites that the phone connected to. In this case, even within 48 hours, there's hundreds of those cell sites, so it would take a while to really look at that. The regional cell site list would show me the cell towers that the phone's not interacting with, which can be just as important.
Does it spit out product to you, or does it create something that you can reference to write your next warrant?
Depending on which mapping platform you're using, they all create some type of a map that the person doing the analysis on can interact with, and they can change things, they can save things, they can create work product. Depending on that platform, that's saved in different types of maps, but yes, all of them would have some type of a mapping platform.
Okay. Would that be consistent with this past draft that we heard about earlier?
It's my opinion that Corporal Payne probably is misusing some terms there. I don't see any possibility of the FBI CAS team producing a CAS draft report on the 23rd. I think he's probably mistaken that he saw some type of CAS work product, which would be this map, before they export all those results into a report. So I believe that he probably saw some mapping through a mapping platform. It would really surprise me if there was a physical report. It would be completely out of characters.
In that first AT&T report, did you, or request search warrant and affidavit, did you see the request for advanced timing reports?
I did. It's in both search warrants.
Did you get a copy of that and either return?
I have not seen any timing data in this case.
In December of 2022, did AT&T have this advanced timing report?
They absolutely did.
Was it something that they could produce?
It absolutely was.
And in May of 2023, but how is it different to that May of 2023?
Prior to May of 2023, only certain agencies were receiving this timing report, the FBI being one of them. What was referenced earlier about the May 23 date, that is when AT&T started offering the same type of reports. It's a little different, but it's the basic timing report to the state and local law enforcement as well. But prior to that date, state and local law enforcement would have to leverage these reports through federal agencies that had access to them.
Let's talk about the return on the second AT&T warrant. Did that have the tower list, the regional tower list in it?
It did not.
Did it have call detail records?
It did.
What time span?
I believe it's from June 23rd of 2022. The historical was as of the date of December 23rd, but there was also a real-time pin register that was added that extended, I want to say, to the end of December, maybe very first of January.
What's a real-time pin register?
So the second search warrant asked for a couple of different things. Historical records going back to June 23rd to the current date, which was December 23rd. The second piece that was asked for is real-time data from the network, which is commonly referred to as a pin register, or trap and trace. And it's the ability of law enforcement to monitor network connections in real time. So as that phone connects to the network for certain reasons, I can see those connections. It's not a wiretap. I can't hear anything. I can't see content, but I can tell the phone is connected to a particular cell tower. There's also what's referred to as ping data, and that's going to be AT&T's estimation of where the phone is at, and that's provided by latitude and longitude, and that comes in every 15 minutes.
What is the purpose of one of those devices?
I should probably clarify. The third thing was the authorization for a cell site simulator. So it was a combination of all of these. Just as a matter of policy, and I think pretty much every law enforcement agency in the world has adopted this if they can. To use the cell site simulator, you want to see a real-time feed of the phone. Otherwise, you're driving in circles where the phone may not be. So it gives law enforcement the ability to have a general understanding of where a phone is operating or functioning. And then I can use the cell site simulator to do it. There's a number of reasons an agency might do this. This search warrant actually says they were requesting these because they were trying to locate where Mr. Coburger was.
going to the understanding what's happening right now, is that used so that you don't just know where the phone was 5 minutes ago, but you know where it is right now?
Within a time period, it's not a perfect system. There is a little bit of a delay and the information comes in intermittently. So it's not a real-time feed of giving constant evaluation of where that phone is. But if you know what you're looking at and you've done it long enough, you get a pretty good idea.
I heard you say that this is to try to find out where Mr. Koberger is. In the information that supported this warrant, didn't they already know where Mr. Koberger was?
I reviewed a lot of documents that clearly state not only did they know where he was, they had a surveillance team with eyes on. So yes, it would be unusual for an agency to request this type of equipment. And I need to qualify that. This truck driving around is about $1 million. It's not something you just park in the garage at night. It's a very expensive resource. It's a very technical resource that requires a lot of training and skill to use properly. So typically when it's used, it is used for, hey, we don't know where this person is at and we need to find them. And to be very honest, I don't have an issue with that part. I've used it 1,000 times. It's a good tool. It's a great tool. However, if I know where a subject is and I'm physically watching him, it's probably disingenuous for me to get a search warrant justifying it that I need to find him.
Makes sense. Thank you. I want to switch gears and talk about the CAST-BIZ program.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the CAST-BIZ program?
I am.
Why?
I've worked with a lot of agencies that have used it and accessed it. So I've worked on cases where we've used different mapping platforms to do kind of a compare and contrast as a peer review. So they would create a work product, we would create a work product, and we would check each other's work. Because at the end of the day, we're just looking for the accuracy. We want to see if there's any errors in that. I would say I probably have worked with the CAST-BIZ reports several dozen times, maybe as many as 50. I'm aware of some of the updates they've made. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm aware that they have added a feature that you can now input tower density, so you can create these estimated ranges, if you will. And I'm very familiar with the basic settings that have certain controls you can do, like time zone. What time zone am I going to have? Am I going to use the coverage density? Am I going to save my work? Am I going to just exit the program? I physically have seen those features a number of times.
As it relates to this particular case, have you had a chance to look at any exhibits prepared by Detective Mallory using the CAST-BIZ program?
Yes, but I should clarify. One of them I'm pretty familiar with. I believe it's State Exhibit 48 that was used for the grand jury. The others I had never seen until I believe it was last week. So I'm probably gonna have to look at those if you're gonna ask me questions on those. But State's 48, I'm pretty.
I want to ask you a question about that. I'll ask you some other questions about the records we received last week. I'm going to have you handed what was admitted last week as States R, just my copy of it so that we know what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I'm curious about what was needed to go into CAST-BIZ to create that.
So when I open the CAST-BIZ program, I have to input what I'm going to refer to as source data. So let me define source data is any data that is an electronic format, typically a text file, that the CAST-BIZ program is going to link to this mapping session and use that source data to create the images we're seeing.
Anybody else got their ears like super glued to this in case they say something that we have not heard before? It's something like some major bombshell, right? I'm just like, listening, waiting for a good little nugget to drop. When he said that about the grand jury, my ears perked up. I was like, oof, oof, oof. All right. I'm still watching for the clock. Let me go over here real quick and look. Let's see. Um, Verdict watch clock is at 5 hours, 27 minutes, 26 seconds. That's where we are right now. Here, I'll show you guys. See, here's the clock. We're live. We have our verdict watch clock up. All right, let's go back to Coburger. And we'll continue to wait and watch. Thank you guys again for joining me today. Thank you guys. Oh, and by the way, just a quick little fun heads up here. Steph, if you're listening, Becky from Alex Murdaugh, the court clerk, just found out today she got 76 charges against her from the ethics committee. Ethics charges, including using her office for non-officey things and for taking money. Money. Can't wait to hear more about that, by the way. Side note. Becky. Becky. Little Miss Plagiarizer. All right. Let's get back to it.
I can tell you right off the bat, without a doubt, this one is linked to two different source data. One is going to be a set of CDR records, so the regular AT&T CDRs. And then this particular exhibit would require the regional AT&T tower list, which is a text file that contains all of the cell site locations, most likely be Western Washington, Idaho, and Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Western Montana is typically that region. But there's no way this map was created without the AT&T tower list. It's physically impossible.
Is the AT&T tower list, was that contained in the call detail records that were obtained by search warrants relating to Mr. Koberger?
It was not.
All right. And in the CASVIZ program, when you input the CDR call detail records and you input the tower list, does that program create any type of law?
It does, and I want to make the record really clear on what I'm testifying to, because it can get kind of confusing when we start talking about different versions. The CASVIZ program offers two styles of mapping. I can just default to a normal size, what they're going to refer to as a wedge shape, which is representing the sector the device connected to. If I was doing that, all I need is the AT&T records, because the AT&T CDRs actually have the tower information that's required for that mapping. As soon as I change that feature, though, to add coverage areas, the estimated coverage areas, and now these little wedge shapes or these sectors are all different sizes, the CAS program has to be linked to a tower list that has location of all of those towers. That's the only way the program knows how to size the cell sites. So I just want to clarify, if I'm mapping the CDRs without coverage areas, all I need is the CDRs. If I'm mapping the coverage areas in the CASVIZ program, I have to have a tower list. This one, I can see 3 different sectors. 2 of them, if anybody sees this exhibit, just to make the record really clear, they're really hard to see. One of them is just under the N as in Nora, under the word Pullman. The other one is right by the L in Pullman. But they're different sizes. And that tells me right off the bat that the AT&T tower list is used.
And why are they different sizes? Mind me again, please?
Cell tower density, we see a great big sector right in the middle of this map, and I'm not familiar with the area here. It's basically south of Pullman and south of Moscow, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of cell towers out there, so one tower covers a very large area. Then the other two are going to be in Pullman. It's kind of hard to see on this map, but I believe they are going to be ones that are on Washington State University campus. A lot more cell towers, the coverage is much smaller. So it's just a way to look at tower density to kind of estimate how far certain towers may connect to a phone where others may have a very short range.
And is it based on that difference in towers that causes you to know that a certain type of tower report was used?
Yeah, it is a basic algorithm that uses tower density, and the only way to determine tower density is to have a list that has all of the towers, not just the ones that were used by the cell phone.
Okay. Do we have the list of the tower list that was used by Detective Mallory in developing that exhibit?
Detective Mallory stated he did not use a tower list to create this exhibit, so no, but I'm not sure how to answer that other than I haven't seen one.
Should it be there?
It is physically impossible to create this map without it.
If you had the logs from the CASBIZ program, would that give you more information about what was used?
It would. We would need the CASBIZ program as well. The logs are saving certain settings, and it's a JSON format, which is just a software language. We could load that JSON file into the CASBIZ program, and for the most part, we could replicate exactly what was done.
If I understand that, to turn it around, in order to replicate that and to see what was done, you would need a CASBIZ program. Is that right?
Correct, and preferably the same version that was used.
And you'd need a JSON file that was made by Detective Mallory. Is that right?
Correct, and depending on where this software program is, we would probably need the source data again because it may not be automatically linked. Anybody who did PowerPoint 10 years ago, you make a PowerPoint on one computer, you save it on a thumb drive, you go to a different computer, all the links are broken. It could create a situation like that. So you would probably need the original source data as well, just to be sure.
What's the original source data?
In this case, it would be the AT&T CDRs and the cell tower, the regional cell tower list.
From that time?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, no, if we're trying to recreate this work, this is where it gets a little bit complex. We would need the exact AT&T tower list that Mallory used but didn't use, which makes it really difficult because AT&T updates these on a fairly regular basis. If he used a November list and I use an April list, the results could be different.
Why would the results be different and given the month of the video?
AT&T could have added or subtracted cell sites in the area, which would change the tower density. They could also reconfigure those cell sites, so maybe they point different directions. Given the rural area, 2 or 3 months, I don't think you're going to see much of a change, but it's always possible. So if we're talking about recreating this exhibit exactly the way it was, we would need not just the regional tower list, we would need to know which version of the regional tower list to use.
Is that generally why people in your field save their work?
We're talking best practices 101. We're creating a work product that is going to be used in a forensic nature, not showing how an extraction is done, not showing the source data that I use to create an exhibit. It happens, but for the most part, it's unheard of, especially somebody who is a subject matter expert in digital forensics. I won't say I haven't seen it, but it is rare.
Thank you. Let's move on and talk about the CAST draft. Have you?
I'm sorry, Ms. Taylor, the CAST report.
Draft. Have you?
Can I ask how much longer on this? Because we're 90 minutes. I need to give the quarter break. But if you're going to finish, in 5 or 10 minutes, that's probably fine.
Your Honor, I would say we probably have 15 or 20 minutes or so if the court wants to do a break, we can, or I,
Yeah, let's take a recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Relax.
All right, so I've fast forwarded it. It's live. We're waiting for them to come back. On Daybell, we've got 5 hours, 37 minutes, 41 seconds. Bum, ba, bum, bum. Have you guys voted in the poll? Make sure if you have not already voted that you vote in the poll. If you have not thumbs up this video, would love for you to give us a thumbs up. And for the replay crew, if you're watching this later, hashtag replay. Hey, Kel. How are you, Kel, this afternoon? Lauren says, sometimes I really hate the time difference. I know. Oh, Brenda says that'll be interesting. Becky. Steph will get a big kick out of that. Guarantee it. Steph has a very strong dislike for Becky. Becky? Becky? QB's into PT for an eval. Hayden here. I'll be back in a bit. Good luck, QB. Okay. Koberger hearing is back. Right, Billy. It's only an hour difference for you. You're on the West Coast, along with Margaret and Kel.
Yeah, sorry. All right. Good? Not on the record yet. Not on the record. Okay, we are back on record. This is State versus Koberger, CR 2922-2805. Everybody I identified previously are still here in the courtroom. Mr. Cy Ray is testifying. We are still on direct. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ray, when we left off at our break, I was about to talk to you about the CAS draft report.
Okay.
So we'll start there. Have you reviewed a CAS draft report in Mr. Koberger's case?
I have.
And from your review of that report, can you tell what records were relied on by Agent Balance to create that report?
That report would include, he had to have the AT&T CDRs, the full 6 months. A tower list to make some conversions that I'm seeing on the report. And also drive test data, should be another form of source data. And then a mapping platform to ingest the drive test data into, to analyze it, to create these shapes that are then put into the draft report.
Okay, I think I have that. Do we have the same call detail records that Nick Balance used to create his draft report?
Yes, well, I believe so.
Do those records appear to come from the December 23rd, 2022 to AT&T warrants?
I would say primarily the second warrant from what I've reviewed.
And is that because the CAST draft report spans the full 6 months of those records?
That is correct.
Okay, and those records, did those come from the second AT&T search warrant?
That is also correct.
Can you tell anything about the tower report or how the tower information was used by Agent Nick Balance?
The tower identifiers that are predominantly used, not exclusively, but predominantly used in the CAS draft report did not come from the report AU. If there's a conversion that can be made, and someone would have to have the national AT&T tower list, or at least the regional list. And I would take information from the CDRs. I would look at certain columns in this AT&T tower list, and I could get certain identifiers that are now being populated to the CAS report, if that makes sense.
Do we have a copy of the tower list that you believe was used?
We recently received 4 different versions. And when I say versions, they're just by month. And I believe we have August, September, November, and maybe December, or maybe it's in October. I'd have to go back. So far, I've only had time to look at the November. And from what I can tell, all of that appears to be accurate.
Would we need the October or the missing month to be able to do our work accurately?
It's a really good practice. I'm sure that's why the FBI included it. If I'm mapping records over a long period of time, like in this case, 6 months, I do want to see the different versions of the tower list to make sure that if a change was made within the network during that 6-month period, a tower I map in July may map differently in November. So it is important to have that data.
We have 4 of the 6 months, but not the other 2.
Correct. It would be helpful to even maybe see May, because there may not have been an update made in late June, early July. So May's would be what I would start with.
Can you tell if drive testing was done to create that cast draft?
Yes, there's images in the latter part of the report up around slides 100 and above. I believe there's a total of 4 images that were populated to that report that would require drive testing.
When somebody's doing drive testing, do you expect data to be produced?
Absolutely. Creating a work product that uses drive testing and then coming into court and testifying without the drive testing is no different than creating an exhibit like this and then saying, well, we don't have to produce the AT&T records that created this. The source data for drive testing is the drive test.
Do we have the drive testing that was done by the FBI to help create that report?
We have what I believe is the majority. There are some significant pieces missing. I can't say that those missing pieces exist and haven't been turned over, or they were erroneously not collected. I don't know which, but there are some pretty significant pieces that are missing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But first, I want to know when you first saw drive testing data that was produced to us in Discovery. What did that cover?
I found a file in the Discovery, I want to say early December, that included drive test, but it was about a 3-minute sample that covered less than a quarter of a mile in a completely irrelevant location. So it added no value to my analysis at all.
What were you looking for? What time frame and location were you looking for based on the CAS draft report review?
I would expect significant drive testing around any location that coverage maps were being used in the CAS report. I would expect significant documentation on potential routes that this device may have taken. I would expect significant documentation on the crime scene.
You just told us that you think we have most of it, but there's some significant parts that are missing.
Yeah, and I want to qualify that just so it's really clear, because I understand it's starting to get very technical. There's over 500,000 lines of data that was turned over. So I'll make it clear, there's a lot of data that has been produced. I would say, in my opinion, looking at what's been produced, probably 2 or 3% is missing, but it's not the amount of data or the time of the data, it's the locations of the data. Some of the most significant locations in this case we're missing some data.
Those significant locations, have they been depicted or captured on the CAS draft report?
They have.
And tell me what those locations are. What are we missing?
I am unable to find any measurements along, I believe it's 270, the Moscow Pullman Road. If you drove the most direct route from Pullman to Moscow or vice versa, pretty much as soon as you're leaving Pullman to the time that you arrive in Moscow, we are missing that entire stretch. If there's ever been a case that we need to look at, what does it look like when a phone travels from Pullman to Moscow? This is probably the case. We have the neighborhood around the crime scene, but we don't have the crime scene. Normally, that wouldn't be too terribly significant because if it's a flat area, there's not a lot of vegetation or mountains. You could probably interpret the same. The location of this crime scene is very unique because it sits on a mountain. Part of it is shielded by a mountain. There's a lot of other big, thick, dense apartment buildings there. Your phone is going to behave differently inside of that residence than it might on the road behind the residence or in front of the residence. I can't find any drive test data that actually encapsulates any part of the property.
You've talked about the device that helps do the driving testing or that captures the data while you're doing the driving testing. What's that called again?
It's a drive test scanner. The most common one used in law enforcement is created by Road and Schwartz, that same company I referred to earlier. I'm familiar with the hardware that the FBI uses, and it is a Road and Schwartz scanner.
Is it called Gladiator?
Gladiator is the company that sells the product to the FBI. Gladiator actually buys this product from Road and Schwartz, and it does what they call white labeling. So they buy the hardware from Road Schwartz and they kind of slap their sticker on it and they put their software in it and then they sell it to the FBI. But ultimately, it is a Road and Schwartz piece of hardware.
And once you have that piece of hardware, once you have this device, does it just work forever, or is there anything that has to be done to ensure it's working properly?
It is a technical piece of equipment that takes measurements. It is required to be calibrated. The best way that for probably everybody in the courtroom to think of, if we go a little old school, is the old breath test. If you had a DUI and law enforcement couldn't produce the calibration records of the breath test, it was really problematic. Similar thing here. We want to see that the device is calibrated. In this case, it's really important because, keep in mind, I reviewed thousands of these drive tests over my career. There is a significant gap that I believe there's something malfunctioning in the equipment, or the operators are just not paying attention. I can't tell you which one it is. So in this case, the calibration records to show that that device is functioning properly are really critical.
Do we have those calibration records on the device that was there more than one device used?
There was actually two devices used.
And was this drive test done on just one day? Is this a one-time shot?
No, I think there's maybe 5 days total that I've seen drive test data collected.
Okay. So now let's talk about the calibration for this instrument or this machine. Did we get records for all the machines that were used by the FBI in this case?
We got the calibration records that were taken prior to the use of these of the samples. It'd be really helpful to have the calibration records after the use. So we kind of need to bookend those because we know that it left Road Schwartz factory in October and everything was working great. When it came back, we don't know when it came back and we don't know if it was functioning properly when it came back. It's not uncommon for there to be errors. If I saw a report and it said it came in and it had 2 errors, it's not the end of the world. The sky doesn't fall. You have to get into the documentation to see what those errors were. Normally, the device kind of self-calibrates itself. If you know what you're looking at, the major concerns that you would see when calibration is off, it becomes very obvious because results are really flawed. That's where I have a concern in this case is we have what I consider a significant chunk of data for specifically a location where the instrument is running. There's no doubt it's functioning, but it's not properly collecting AT&T data, which is concerning as to why.
Because there were multiple drive tests done, and you talked about bookending these calibration reports, would you need to bookend all of the time that the drive testing was done? with these calibration reports. And what I'm saying is if there's something done in November and then drive testing done in December and then more drive testing done in January and then maybe some in March, do you need the bookend calibration reports around each of those drive tests?
You would. To date, I haven't seen any drive test data, I believe, beyond January 5th. And I'm not sure the time zone, so maybe it could creep into January 6th. But if there's any drive test data after the first week of January, I'm unaware of.
Okay. So in our case, which months are we missing?
For the calibration,
Yes.
whatever the next calibration, the FBI would choose when to send these devices in. So whenever that next calibration report was generated for these two devices.
On the calibration certificates we have, I think you told us that after the maintenance, it went back into service and passed inspection, was functioning properly.
But when it came in, it didn't have multiple errors, but when it went out, it was functioning properly.
Is that why you need to see the next one on the other side of the drive testing?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when we're thinking about the data that, the drive test data that we have that's missing some significant portions, could it be because the machine wasn't working right all the time they tried to do drive testing?
Yes.
Okay. Is it also possible that the FBI agents using this machine weren't properly trained to do the drive test data or to do the drive testing and collect data?
I know of the two FBI agents from prior lives. I believe they're properly trained.
So we're looking at either the machine itself isn't functioning properly, or could that data have been pulled out of what we got?
If we're talking about possible scenarios that would cause the shortcoming of data, maybe it was never captured in the first place. I can't speak to that. The machine erroring, at least during one portion of this drive test, I've seen similar errors before. I'm pretty sure they had a small period of time where it had been a very busy day and it kind of gave up for a little while, like any computer will, and it needed to be reset. Could things be extracted and us not know? That's always possible. I can't rule that out.
Is the missing data important to you to fulfill your duties in Mr. Koberger's case?
I don't recall when I got involved in this case on the day where I could actually start looking at evidence. I've had a concern since the very first day I saw the cast draft report that there are significant errors in the drive testing. It was before I even saw the drive testing. I can look at the coverage areas and I can tell you they're wrong. So yes, it's not a concern that they're wrong. People make mistakes. We can fix things. It's a concern that I still don't have the source data that any expert, not just myself, but anybody could sit down and look at and say, okay, I see what's happening here. Here's how we fix this. Unfortunately, that mistake has a ripple effect, and I'm seeing multiple errors that are happening as a result. So that's why this data is important, is we've reached a point that we need to determine, is this just human error? Is this accidental? Is it intentional? Is there other things at play here that's changing this narrative to where there's clearly some manipulation of the original data?
And having that data, will that help us answer that question?
It's the only way we're going to answer that question.
All right, I have just a couple of other questions for you, and I'm going to depart the cast report and the drive test data a little bit set. As an investigator or as a person doing an analysis of this case, does the drive test data tell you where a phone traveled to indicate other investigation that you should do?
Technically, the call detail records tell us that. The drive test data help us become more accurate with that. AT&T is one of the best companies in this particular situation to show device movement because we get a constant connection. So when, and I will emphasize, when all of the data is mapped, and I'm talking about the CDRs, we can get a really good idea. Hey, a phone traveled north for 10 miles and then it traveled east. The drive test data would actually allow us to replicate and recreate these tower handoffs that we're seeing to come up with that first theory to now we can say, in order to do this and hit these towers in the sequence that it did, it has to be driving on this highway. And then when it went east, it most likely turned onto this highway. So the drive test data helps us get very specific with what the CDRs mean.
As an investigator in performing an analysis work done in this case, when you have the CDRs, the call detail records that tell you where a phone's been, is that useful in directing your investigation to what other evidence might be out there, like videotapes?
Qualify my answer to it because I'm not sure if you're asking specifically for this case or in general. Yes, you map all of the data. And especially if you're going to justify 6 months worth of data on somebody's cell phone, you map every single connection that there is in those records. From what I have reviewed, the FBI mapped 6% of the data that came in. Mallory's testimony and what I've seen through here, he was up to about 18%. So by either standard, more than 80% on both accounts were never mapped or accounted for. And I'm not talking overall from every single day for 6 months. I'm talking about the timeframes that are chosen. So for example, this time period that's represented here is where I'm getting the 18%.
And that's the 48 hours.
This is specifically from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the morning of the 13th, arguably the most critical time period of this entire investigation. They mapped a handful of connections. When I say a handful, they mapped 18%. When you add the other 82%, it tells a much more detailed story. When we put the drive test data on top of that, you can get even more refined. But to answer your question on any case, that's this case, on any case, and we teach best practices. We've established best practices going back to 2008 in law enforcement of what you do with this type of data. It is a terrible practice to justify probable cause for this very detailed call detail records that give breadcrumb-like trails for individuals and then not map it. We justify an entire probable cause statement saying we have to have this. Not mapping it and then making decisions and work products with leaving that out is extremely problematic.
Last week, we received some additional records that Detective Mowry found when he was preparing for his testimony on this mission to help. Have you had a chance to review those records?
I have. A couple of them are very technical, so I'm not going to say that I've mastered them yet, but I have a good idea of what was provided and what it means.
Based on your, I guess, not as thorough as you do review of these records, do you have a sense as to whether these records matter to us and what we're doing to defend Mr. Koberger?
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mowry, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything starts with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. It does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us defending Mr. Koberger.
I could give examples, but I know it's a very technical thing, so I'm not, it could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. Koberger, it could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. Koberger. The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
The content of the data, though, is it helpful to us in representing Mr. Koberger?
It absolutely is helpful. Everything that I've seen to date is concerning to me because it's exculpatory. And I need to clarify this. When all of the records are produced and the dust settles and I have time to review it, I reserve the right to say, no, now I'm seeing everything. here's what I'm seeing. Because of the piecemealing of the data, because of the missing data, because of data that I'm reviewing that is incredibly inaccurate, everything that is missing is absolutely in the benefit of the defense right now. There's other reports that I believe are missing that I can't tell you are in the benefit of Mr. Coverter or in the benefit of the state. If I was contacted on December 1st by Moscow Police Department, there are things I would have absolutely said, you get this today. Do not hesitate, and especially come December.
Okay, I have to stop for just a quick second and say I'm not sure how I feel about this. And I don't mean in the way that probably just came off. If that is truly exculpatory evidence, then oh my God, Nate Eaton just says we have a verdict. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ooh, we have a verdict in Daybell. Ah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. So, okay. Hold on. Let me scooch. They did say that they were going to be giving the verdict watches is set at 6 hours. It's at 6 hours and 3 minutes and 37 seconds right now. So are they going to stop the verdict watch? Are they going to stop it? Dun, 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 dun. Oh my gosh. Verdict, verdict, verdict. Mm. They need to stop the verdict watch. What I was saying though about this exculpatory evidence for yes, Patricia, there's a verdict for Daybell. Yes. Everybody is like tweeting all over the place. Hashtag verdict in breaking news. Verdict in Daybell. Yes, Margaret. Nate says we have a verdict. Yes, yes, yes. Nikki said that I was right. It's before 4. Do I win a prize? Margaret said I knew it after lunch. I said it. Yeah. About the same amount of time it took for Lori Vallow is what it's taken for Chad Daybell. Nice. Way to go, jurors. Okay, back to the exculpatory evidence for Brian Koberger. What I was talking about is when I was saying I don't know how I feel about it, if it truly is exculpatory evidence, then right, yeah, he needs it. The defense needs it. But when he's saying, "Oh, well, if it was for the prosecution or for this or for that," I don't know. I don't know. Yep, the clock stopped. 6 hours, 5 minutes, 17 seconds. But that's not really right? What was the clock at whenever I squalled? I wouldn't know because yep, clock has stopped. Let me go over here real quick and do let's end the poll. End the poll, you guys. The poll has ended. And here are the poll results. Do you think we'll have a verdict today? 70. Oh, wow. 52 votes. Holy cow. I think that's the most votes I've had. Nice. You guys, incredible. Nice, nice, nice. 73% said yes. 26% said no. If you voted yes, you are in the majority. And I thought that we would also have a verdict today. Super excited. Margaret says, finally going to get justice for these children. I mean, I'm praying. I'm praying, right? I'm praying. Oh, wow. They're not going to. So several family members have been notified a verdict has been reached and it will be read at 2 p.m. Mountain, which is 4 Eastern. So 45 minutes. 45 minutes. 45, 45, 45. Four, five, 45, 45. Yeah, let me go get a hold of her. Steph, that is. Hold on, let me go to the group text. No, you have not missed the verdict yet. Spins. You have not missed it. It is, they just announced that they've got the verdict, but it won't be read until 2 Mountain Time, which is 4 Eastern, 3 Central. Oh, Steph, they said they're not reading it for 45 more minutes, Beebs. Not till 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or Eastern, yeah, Daylight Time, whatever. Standard Daylight, blah, blah, blah. Eastern Time. Ah, Steph. Steph. Mm. Mm. Thank you, Steph. Thank you. Thank you. I hate that word. I hate that cuss word. Ugh. And then she not only says it, but she capitalizes it. God. Okay, 2 quarters for Steph, please. Yes. Everybody's got to get back to the courtroom. The city I'm going to be in has crappy internet. I'm sorry, Steph. Well, hopefully it'll let you watch. I hope. Margaret says, sorry, work schmirk. You ain't getting anything out of me today. I'll work at home tonight. Oh, no. Oh, no. My goodness. 6 hours, 5 minutes, 17 seconds. That's what they got the watch clock stopped at. But like I said, they kept the verdict watch going for a little while before I may text y'all to let me know what it is if I can't listen. That's fine, Steph. That's fine. Just message the group text. That way at least, you'll have me and Morgana, QB, and if JB is watching. Okay. Okay. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. I need to let Abigail know too. I don't think Abigail's really been watching, but I still think she would really appreciate watching the verdict. Hold on. I got to go message in my sister wives chat real quick. Mm. Patricia says waiting is fine when there's no verdict yet, but making us wait now is torture. I get why, but still, now I'm impatient, right? I know. I got 50 things I need to do. I'm going to change the title on this stream. Yeah, my sister wives chat spins. Me and Abigail and Grace, my two sister wives. Um Oh, wait, Spins, did you think that I meant that I have wouldn't it be cool? I would love to be in a group chat with the actual sister wives from the actual TV show, like Mary and Robin and Janelle and Christine, and there's one more, right? Who's the fourth? Was there another one? Let's see, there's Robin, Mary, Christine, Janelle. Wasn't there one more? Or am I mistaken? In the words of the great Patricia, spins don't yuck Jenny's yum. I wonder if the husband has the same problem remembering the wives. Grace! Grace says you are in an actual chat with sister wives. We are the real deal. Thank you, miss. Yeah, well, you are my I'm talking about the TLC TV show with the legit Cody Joe Brown. Lauren, he is hi baby. On the TV show, he's trying to think. He's only legally married to one of them because it's illegal to be married to more than one person. But spiritually, he's married to the others. And the one he's legally married to is Robin because he wanted to adopt her kids. Yeah, Christine left. Janelle's gone. And Mary is also gone. So apparently it's only him and Robin. Hey, Morgana. I have my very own Cody, and we're way better than any dang TV show, right? Right. Hi, baby. I love that show, Spins. Loved it. Loved it. And Grace, I don't know if you were here when we were talking about it. They're not going to read the verdict. They're waiting. They're giving the family time to get to the courthouse. So they're not reading the verdict for another 35 minutes. They're not reading it until 4 p.m. our time, and it's 3:24 right now. So we got about 35 minutes. 36 minutes, actually. Factually. Kel says, I'm fascinated by polygamy, especially the dating shows. So those like Finding a Sister Wife TV shows, those are pretty cool too. There was that one gosh, I forget their names. But there was the one guy who was married to one, and then he had I think they had another one, and then he was looking for a third one. I don't even remember. But then that thing ended up that family, what was their names? That one got weird. That one got really weird with that family. They were like all over social media. Things were happening. People were like fleeing the country, and it was really bad with that family. Grace says, I ain't sitting on the potty for the next 36 minutes. That's for sure. I got to get to work. You don't want to stay on the potty and talk to Chad through the portal potty? The only polygamy show I've seen was Escaping Polygamy. I like to watch them. I think they're pretty cool. But I need to remember the name of that family. Margaret said, I passed up being taken out to lunch for this verdict. I didn't come all this way to be eating pizza at a time like this, right? Oh, hold on. Let me think of that guy's name. Seeking Sister Wife was the name of the show. Hold on. Let me look. I cannot remember. Oh, and the Merrifields. Those people are weird too. The husband on the one show, on the one season, Dimitri Snowden. That's it. He is a fine looking man. Dimitri Snowden. However, he is creepy. And his family, his wives and potential wives, and what that got weird. They got very weird. Hold on, and I'll show you guys who I'm talking about. Dimitri Snowden, Seeking Sister Wife. He was a pretty nice looking guy. Um, but his wives are a little bit wonky donk, wonky donkey. Hold on, let me share this tab. All right, can you guys see that? Do you guys remember him? Kel, did you see this family, Dimitri Snowden and his wife? What was his wife's name? Not Crystal. What was her? Vanessa? No. Ashley. Ashley was her name. The main wife. But then he got with this one. They ended up getting married. But that didn't work out. And then he ended up getting with this one here. And the one with the very short blonde hair on that second row next to the right. Yeah, she did, Kel. She was like, I'm gone. Ashley left too, though. Ashley was like, I'm done. I'm out of here. Things just got very, very weird. And they started talking and saying things. They were like doing interviews. And the one here, this gal here with the very, very short blonde hair, she left her country. I can't remember what country she was from. And then she came to the States, brought her child over from wherever they were from. And then I don't know, things just kind of went downhill from there, and things started going not so good. South Africa, okay. Crystalline. Yeah. Do you remember though, Vanessa's sister came to visit, and she was like trying to talk Vanessa out of doing this because Vanessa had never been, she had never been in a polygamous relationship before, but she like really wanted to. And her sister was like, twin sister, yeah, she was like, yeah, I don't think this is not and yeah, it was all very, very strange. And also Ashley, Dimitri's original wife, she was all into like holistic, natural. She did this thing where she steamed her uh vag, if you get my drift. She wouldn't allow people to eat like certain things, or they had to fast or something for so long to get their pH balance to a certain whatever, because if they're going to be, having relations with her husband and then she has relations with him, she don't want no kind of pH imbalance. I'm like, oh my God, this is just too much. I can't with you guys. You all are too way high maintenance for, nope. Nope, 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 nope. That was weird, right, Margaret? Love is Blind. I like that one. I do like that one. Abigail got me watching that one once, a long time ago. I didn't keep up watching it, but yes, QB, they do have a verdict, ma'am. We're waiting until 4 p.m. That's when they're going to read the verdict. They said they wanted to give the family time to get there to the courthouse. So they're reading it at 4 p.m. Eastern. Sherry's like, it might feel good. Do you mean the steaming part? I don't know. I don't know. It showed her do it too. I mean, you didn't see nothing, but you could. She's explained what she was doing. I'm like, oh, Margaret, that's amazing. That's sweet, Margaret. Margaret just said she just tweeted a note to Kay and Larry on Twitter telling them to be strong. I love that. I love that. Can you imagine how anxious they are right now? I can't imagine how anxious. Kel said, I love dating shows, but don't want to date anyone. Go figure. Well, girl, you're just not there yet. You know, you'll know when you're ready. You'll know when you're ready. Steph, your brain. She says it's like a sauna in your lady bits. I said bits, okay. She said, I wonder if you work your pelvic floor, if you can hold steam and then push it out like a dragon. Oh my God. The way your mind works, Steph, blows me away. Which reminds me, Dale has been watching House of the Dragons. It sounds about right, right? Margaret says, I've learned more about anything I could ever want to know about life here at the Crime Cafe. I can't believe what a naive little 52-year-old child I've been all this time. Ay, 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 ay. Her mind blows you away, right? Yes. All right. I need to get Dimitri Snowden off of my screen. But isn't he cute? He's cute. He cute. But he ain't no good. He ain't no good. Nope. 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 You are educated now, Lauren or Margaret. Oh my God. Lauren and I love House of the Dragon. Really? Jolie, put that back, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. If I had a dragon, I would Dracarys Mr. Lemonhead. Oh, he has a great accent, QB. If you're talking about Dimitri Snowden, he has a, or I mean, was it QB? No, Kel, sorry. Kel said, yeah, Kel, he had an amazing accent. He was from Boston. Boston. And he, like, yes. Instead of years, it's yes. Yes. But I don't know if he's single now or not. I have no idea. I have not kept up since all of that happened. No idea. Hold on a second. My child is over here on the verge of vomiting. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. QB said, I can't hear anything, but this convo has certainly took a turn. Right? I know. Sherry said, Steph, is your House of the Dragon afraid of the storm? That's one thing I am sad about. The trial is ending, and now we won't get to say the store anymore. I think we should keep the store. Yeah. Spin says no. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. All right, I'm gonna share present. Um Morgana's talking about fungal infections. Oh my god. This stream is do we want to continue with Koberger for a few minutes because we still have about 20 minutes before the verdict is read. Do we want to go back to Koberger for a little bit? I don't think that there was much left of it, but okay. There we go. All right. Everybody's saying sure, 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 sure. Okay. All right. Let's go back to this for a little bit. We'll see what I was going to say a while ago when we were talking about the whole exculpatory evidence and things. I just I don't know. I'm not sure. I've kind of forgotten what they were talking about. I think he was saying that some kind of report or something was needed for him to be because there was a lot of exculpatory evidence. But that there would also be things that would be important or good for the prosecution, and that the prosecution would need it too. And I'm just kind of like, are we sure about that? Like, I don't know how I'm feeling about his answer because his answer seemed a little wishy washy to me. But anyway, okay, we are gonna go. Steph, I can't with this conversation. Okay, I can't. Nope.
November 23rd. Not because of who it's helpful for, but because those documents are the only things we're going to get that's going to be able to allow us to interpret what it really means. When we don't get those documents and we piecemeal things, it creates this narrative that is very harmful for the defense's case. As I've got more documents, I'm finding it's not harmful for the defense's case. There's a lot of misstatements that have been made. So yes, to your question, to date, it is very helpful for Mr. Koberger. I reserve the right to change that opinion in 6 months, depending on what type of documents are released and what's out there.
Fair enough. I need just a minute, but I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray, thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but hold on. The prosecutor might.
All right. Ms. Taylor, Ms. Jennings.
No, we don't have any questions at this time.
All right, may this witness be excused.
He may, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ray, you're free to stay. You're free to leave if you like. Sure. Thank you. Another witness?
Your Honor, we do not have any other witnesses. We have argument for the court.
Okay. Let's go ahead then.
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is I'd like to start with Ms. NASA. She's going to cover one of the requests specific to the grand jury subpoenas, and then I'll cover the rest of this morning's argument.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, to facilitate this argument on this point, I am going to hand you defense exhibits A and B that were submitted in our records for today. I want you to be able to look at them while I'm talking.
Okay, thank you.
As of today, there have been at least 50 federal grand jury subpoenas that have been issued in this case. Exhibits A and Exhibits B are an example of copies of grand jury subpoenas that we have received out of those more than 50. And what I didn't provide to you that goes behind that what we got with those is the subpoenas include attachment A, which explains what is being subpoenaed. And then what has been produced is the responses to those subpoenas. And in some of the subpoenas, we also have the certification by the person who has produced the records in response to the subpoena. Some of them are missing. We have asked the state to produce all of the subpoenas, and their response is that they are not in possession and control of those subpoenas, and they do not intend to use the subpoenas as an exhibit. And we have not justified why we need those subpoenas, and for those reasons, they are not going to produce them. I'd like to begin by saying that as it relates to any argument that the state is not in possession and control, rather than beat the dead horse on that issue, Idaho Supreme Court came down in 2023 and made it crystal clear that anybody that's acting on behalf of as an agent of the state puts those records in the hands of the state, and they need to produce them. State versus Pendleton, 2003. The other thing is that in terms of the state arguing that they are not going to use a subpoena as an exhibit, that is not in and of itself a defense to not produce a document to us. We have a million reasons why we need to look at documents. We understand that out of the 51 terabytes that have been produced, that not all of that is evidence that's going to be coming before the court or the jury, but it doesn't mean that they aren't material or exculpatory. The subpoenas, based on reviewing the records, are in the hands of basically three agents. There is an FBI forensic agent by the name of forensic accountant, Michael Douglas. There's a special agent, Travis Shirley, and there is another agent, Mary Tyndall. These are the three agents that are receiving the subpoenas, reaching out to the providers that they're serving and asking for the documents. For the court to understand why we need these documents, I want to tell you what we're doing with discovery and timelines. There are more than 100 search warrants in this case. There are more than 50 grand jury subpoenas in this case. You've heard all kinds of information about the probable cause affidavit and the timing of that. Timing in this case for the defense is everything. So we are creating timelines that put in the dates of affidavits of warrants, the information that's received, and the date that it's produced. With subpoenas, when we don't get a copy of the subpoena and all we get is the warrant or is the subpoena return, we don't know the scope of what the state has asked for. We don't know the date that the subpoena was served. And in some of them, we don't know that there is a certified return. So we can't take our timeline on warrants and our timeline on the probable cause affidavit and our timeline on everything else that we're putting in there and interlay the subpoena information that the state is getting. And we are desperate to find out the timeline in this case and when the state knew what and when. There's no question that motions to suppress are coming. Motions to suppress are coming on warrants. And whether or not those motions to suppress are based on Frank's material because misrepresentations are made depends on the timeline. So if there's a representation made in a warrant that things happen in a certain way, if we are able to look at the timeline and say, we know that the state knew this when, that gives us an answer on whether or not the suppression issue includes a truthful statement in the affidavit. And if I'm not making sense, I want you to tell me to clarify that. But we need to know the timeline of all of the evidence in this case and when the state knew what it knew, or why certain things were being looked at before Mr. Koberger's arrest or well into late in the year in 2023 related to the victims, and try to piece together, is that something that the state is still seeking because they're pursuing the alternate suspects that exists in this case? There's so many things that we're trying to understand. So what we're asking you to do is enter an order compelling them to produce the subpoenas. You see that they had at least 2 in their possession that they possess, and it will clarify it for us. And we will be able to create our timeline and put all of these things together and know when and why the state was doing these things. And just to add one other component, you know, you're hearing about cell phone records and cell phone records today being produced on warrants. Well, there were several sets of cell phone records that were produced pursuant to a grand jury subpoena. Still not clear to us why warrant versus subpoena, and they're different providers. And some of it's for phone numbers that we have to figure out who those phone numbers are. But all of this information is critical and material for us to be able to do the case, to do our work in this case. So I would ask that you enter an order to compel, and that way the state has the ability to take that to the FBI agents and say, the court has entered an order, we've got to produce the subpoenas, and we'll get the subpoenas. And to the extent that the state may stand up and say, you know, we've got this TUI demands, we've got to deal with TUI. I just want to make it really clear for the court that TUI's not an obstacle. TUI's a hoop to jump through. The code related to 28 CFR 16.21 specifically states that the purpose of TUI is not to prevent federal agents from giving states discovery in a criminal case. Purpose of TUI is because these federal departments want to know when certain records are leaving their files. Understandable, but it's not meant to keep us from getting records that we need in this case.
Thank you. Response?
Well, simply put, we can't give over what we don't have. And we do not have the majority of these subpoenas. What we do have, we've turned over. I reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They advised they're not going to provide.
What? Why?
Because they don't provide subpoenas. You know, just like most grand jury material, it's sealed and not typically provided.
Not typically,
not provided.
but even with a TUI letter, that wouldn't give it. We provide, they wouldn't follow that.
We have not, I'm not sure. But beyond that though, even if they were to provide it, I still don't understand how this moves the needle one way or the other. You can tell, I've detailed, there's 71 federal grand jury subpoenas. And in my response, I've detailed exactly what they were for and what records were received so that you can get the scope of what was requested from the actual records. The piece of paper that was given over saying, give us these records is all they're asking for, but they have the records. They have the important part of this
So they have the timing based on the subpoenas
off of
that
the
you
records,
provided to the defense.
off of the records provided. You can tell the scope as well as what they're for. And I've detailed exactly what they were for, the scope, in my response.
Any response?
Judge, I wouldn't be wasting the court's time asking for this if the questions were answered based on the state's response to our request for discovery. Timing is critical on when a subpoena is served, what was the scope, then we can look at the documents to see if they are actually responsive to the scope. And knowing the timing of when that was served versus when it's produced to us is different. And again, I mentioned some of these things are pre-arrest of Mr. Koberger, and some of it.
Okay, so I put another poll up. The poll is very similar, if not the same. I think it's a little bit worded a little bit differently for what we had yesterday. I think the poll was yesterday. I can't remember. The days just like no worries, QB. No worries. Drive safe, ma'am. Drive safe, ma'am. All right, I'm going back to this tab. We're live. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. 5 more minutes, you guys. 5 more minutes. Wow. Can't believe this. Can you? Cannot believe it. That we're here. Can't believe it. Oh, I'm getting nervous. I always get this like sick at my stomach, nervous feeling when this comes on. I mean, when we're getting ready to hear a verdict. You know what I'm saying? Granola bar and water, worth it to be here for the verdict. Patricia said the Koberger hearing was a whole lot more of nothing. QB said, bruh, I'm beside myself waiting to hear this. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. 3 minutes. We had 50 some votes. 52 votes in the poll earlier today. I was like super excited for that. You guys rocked. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Oh, Steph, did you hear about Becky? Becky? Patricia says Becky Hill, the Murdaugh clerk, is facing ethics charges, whatever that is. It's about time. She's facing 76 ethics charges, including money. Yeah. Becky. Becky. Oh my God. Okay. Becky with the plagiarism. Yes. 76 charges. Yeah. 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 We're going to have to look into that. Because I'm eager to see that. Oh my God. 2 minutes, you guys. 2 minutes. I'm sick of my stomach. Pray for Larry and Kay. Yep. Colby. Colby Ryan, her Tylee's JJ's older brother. Steph says, I wish that would start early. Well, they got about 1 minute left before they start. Supposed to start in about 1 minute. She does deserve that, Miss King, right? Yep. I'm going to refresh this just in case, just to make sure we're live. And we are. Okay. We're live. I'm very nervous. My belly feels like it's up in my throat. I always get this feeling whenever they're getting ready to read a verdict. I know I already said that, but I don't know what else to say because I'm nervous. I'm anxious. And I'm like, Rah! I just keep wanting to randomly say, Becky, Becky. It is 4:01. It is 4:01 p.m. Come on, let's go. I'm assuming people are filed into the courtroom. They're filing into the courtroom as we speak, I hope. Let me shut this banner off. Put this one on. God, is it me or does it feel like the last 45 minutes have been like 5 days long? Steph says I'm going to lose service within 5 minutes. Oh. The jury has reached a verdict to be read shortly. I just saw that thing move across the bottom of the screen. 11 days, right? Oh my God. Come on. Come on. Gracie, are you still here and listening? I need to go back up. Let me look and see. Oh, we got audio, you guys. Here they come. Oh, here they are. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. 16 votes. You guys get your votes in, get your votes in, get your votes in. Judge isn't on the stand yet. Or, I mean, on the bench. Yes, send prayers in. You right? Send prayers in. Here he is. Here he is. Here
Thank
he
you.
is.
Please be seated.
Oh my God, I'm gonna vomit. Oh, Lindsay Blake's there.
All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on and then we'll get started.
Mm. Yes, Lauren. Yes, yes, yes. Patricia said no vote for you, QB. Come back 1 year. No vote for you, QB. Come back 1 year. Daybell is looking a little frumpy right now, huh? He don't look so sure of himself right now.
Okay,
Marcus.
we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present, the state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
Whew.
All right, please.
I'm gonna reread this verdict.
Here's our president counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27.
I
Juror number
just
2, red
I
card
just
number
closed it,
219.
Sherry.
Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise, I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and in for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant, case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I sat here and clapped like my daddy watching a Kentucky basketball game. I clapped that hard. Oh my God. Each and every time she said guilty. I was clapping so hard my hands hurt. Hold on a second. Husband is leaving. He's going for a haircut and grabbing dinner. I got to tell him the news. They're coming back in an hour to start. Sorry, I'm screaming into the microphone. They're coming back in an hour to start the death penalty phase. Oh my God. I'm going to drop the link real quick. Hold on. I'm going to drop the link. Copy. I'm going to drop the link and put it here for whoever wants to come up and celebrate. But I'll be right back. Hold on just a second. Okay. Hey, QB. Woo-hoo-hoo!
How are
I'm
you?
so excited. I am so excited.
I was typing an answer, but I can just say it. Yeah. They should start. So the sentencing phase, there should be some arguments from the attorneys. I would imagine they're going to have to give victims time to do their impact statements. And unless they already have them done.
I mean, they could
which
already
may
have them done.
They might have them done. I don't know how they work. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how Idaho works. So, they might have them done. I mean, I'm pretty sure Larry's had his done for a while.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. Hold on just a second. I've got somebody backstage right now that I know has words. Hold on just a second, you guys. Look at this. Do you want your face to be shown? If not, you can close she's driving. I know she's driving. Hold on. Hi.
Hello.
Gracie, hi.
Hi.
So what do you think? Sorry, I'm yelling in my microphone. I cannot help it. I can't contain myself.
Yeah, a great result. A great result. There was never any doubt. Come on. Was there any ever doubt? Blah. It's too early in the morning.
There was never any doubt.
That's the word.
No, there was never no doubt.
I can't see chat and I'm trying to be safe, but hello to everyone.
Hello.
Everybody
it's casual dress day at work today. Look what I'm wearing. Can you see?
I see it. It's your USA hat. Your blingy blingy hat.
My bling bling hat. Yeah.
Yes. When did you get that? Did you get that in New York or no?
Oh, good question. Was this the one that I bought on the Brooklyn Bridge with you?
I don't think it was.
No, I bought the bling bling New York hat on the Brooklyn Bridge with you.
Yeah.
I can't remember. This might have been like even at one of those roadhouses when we went to the retreat. I can't remember, to be honest.
May have been. So yeah,
A great result.
They're going to start the death penalty phase, and they said they're going to come back, reconvene in 1 hour. They're going to start the death penalty phase, and we were just talking about QB was talking about the victim impact statements, and Margaret had mentioned the character witness statements and stuff. So,
the death penalty phase, though, can I ask, is that something that the judge is just going to go, boom, he's making a decision, or do they have to trial that?
no, they'll trial it. They have to trial it, and the jury decides, not the judge.
Oh, so it's a whole, this is a marathon.
Yeah.
I don't know that it'll take that long. They'll have the victim impact statements. They'll have character witnesses for him. And then the attorneys will argue why he should or shouldn't get it. But it could be, another. I'm surprised they're starting today.
Yeah,
that's not normal.
Well, but it is still early. It's only like 2 in the afternoon for them.
Yeah, but still, they usually need to have time to prepare.
The victim impact statements, can I ask you, they're actual just statements? They're not things that they go on the stand and they get cross-examined and rebutted and all that stuff?
No, they just read
words
it.
and that's it.
Yeah, they read it, what they feel, and that's it. There's no... They don't get to cross them on that.
Wow, that's going to be an emotional one.
Yeah, normally though they give them time to prepare, Jenny. Like they're like, we'll reconvene tomorrow, or we'll reconvene on Monday, or I ain't never had them come right back.
I don't know. It may just be more of a kind of like
just to do some housekeeping stuff.
Well, or what I was going to say is maybe just have like the beginning, like the instructions they're probably going to treat it the same way they do the trial, where, okay, now we're in the sentencing phase. This includes the death penalty. Remember, we talked about this before, blah, blah, blah.
That's true, because we haven't had a jury decided punishment in a while.
That's savage. You guys are savages over there. My Lord Jesus.
Well, Idaho ain't playing.
Man, you want to do a crime, you got to pick your states, huh? Like,
you do.
You want to move to a state where there's no, like you got. If you're dumb enough to do a crime like that, you should be smart enough to move somewhere where, like, if you get caught, you're going to end up with your life. See, that's just dumb.
There's actually a place in the United States, Gracie, that and I can't remember where it is, but it's like this point where 4 states intersect in this national park, and no one has jurisdiction. It's like a half a mile area, and supposedly, if you commit a crime right there, nobody can get you.
So it's where the crime is committed, not where you actually live, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Oh, I sound like a freaking lawyer, correct?
You've been watching Karen Reed, correct?
Don't worry, I do similar things when I go to VCAT, which is a Victorian Civil Arbitration Tribunal, blah, 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 blah. Like, I've got to do court stuff myself, so prepare evidence, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
I want to say a big shout out to Jenny. I hop on, like, I'm driving to work right now. It is 6:23 in the morning. Yes, it is. Yes, you're welcome.
Ew.
And I want to say I'm very, very often tuned in. I stay in the background because sometimes I just can't chat. Yeah. And I want to say, Jenny, you've done superbly well in presenting this marathon. On
No,
point.
well,
And
thank
all your
you.
co-hosts as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
She's done an amazing job. It's been like 2 major cases.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, we watched the one case and then she comes back and we like speed watch the other case and then they're off. So then we're watching this case and it's great. She's done amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
Tell everybody thumbs up. If you haven't thumbs up, I'm driving, I can't do it, but give a thumbs up and do all the YouTube things because we got to get her to 500. Let's do it.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. I appreciate that. I do. I can't help it. I love it. I love true crimey trial things. I just do.
And probably
Well, I
need to
caught-
say a thank you to Dale too, because he's like, "You going live again? Yep. Okay. Can I go to bed now? Maybe." Poor Dale.
Maybe. I'll think about it.
I kicked him out of the bedroom. We're like, wait, what?
To his
Submit your
benefit,
application.
though, I did start going live an hour earlier on my Thursday night. So, that's good.
Yeah, yes.
Thank goodness.
Wow. Well, I was telling Jenny the other day, I caught the butt end of another trial, the TikTok murder thing.
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
They got him as guilty too, I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't really
kind of a
watch
no-brainer.
about that one.
What's the next one for you, Jenny? Have you decided?
No.
Because you got plenty over there to choose from. I mean, like,
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. I have to look at the calendar and see because there's literally a calendar.
This girl has never worked with a calendar in her life, and now she's got all the murderers lined up. Oh my God.
I know.
Oh, they've opened the road. Ooh,
did you just say a dead body in the road?
No, they've opened the road. I had to detour up until yesterday off this road, and now I've just realised I've just driven straight through. Well, that's exciting for me.
Very
Continue.
exciting. Very exciting. But anyway, yeah, as far as trials go, I don't know of any off the top of my head that starts right away, like bigger ones. But there's one going on right now. That's an older, I think the murder happened like in 2011 and the husband
It's like
is
10
just
years
now,
ago.
yeah, the
Yeah.
husband's just now on trial for it or something. So
I think we should definitely peek at that one.
yeah, I want to. And I like it too because they're from Tennessee. So I
Why
like
is
those
it?
southern.
You just want to listen to them.
I do.
Oh, that's why the accent. I'm thinking,
The
why
accent.
Tennessee? Oh, okay.
Yeah, she wants the accent.
What's a Tennessee accent? Is that like a southern drawl?
Yes. Or CrimeCon. It starts today, I think.
Yeah, it does.
I'm bummed. I want to go.
Yeah, I'd like to be there too.
I gotta save my money for Delphi.
Oh, I have me one of these. This dang thing is full of coffee.
Ooh, yum.
And it scorched my lip.
Ouch.
Mm.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
So do you reckon that he's going to actually do the sentencing today as well?
No.
No, you can't. There's no way.
Yeah, I think that's going to take a few days, couple days, maybe.
I don't know,
He's-
man. I ain't never seen him go straight into it. Never.
He
Well, like
had to
someone
have
else,
known he was not going to get out of this, man. There was no way.
I mean, I think he had high hopes.
Pryor just is excited that he's going to get that house.
Yeah.
He'll be kicking Emma and them out.
What's he going to get excited about?
He's got the deed to the attorney has the deed to Daybell's house.
What, as payment?
Yep.
Ew.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ew,
that's not weird, right?
Do you guys over here, when we're selling houses, we must by law disclose if there's been a homicide or even a death on the property or in the property? Is that the same over there?
Yeah, they have to disclose it.
Mm.
They have to disclose it. So his daughter is living there right now, so I'll be interested to see.
Mm.
I hope she's been preparing because she gonna have to get out.
Yeah, I wonder.
Somebody will buy it. Somebody will buy it. I mean, maybe he'll. I don't know. I couldn't live there. But he's a whole piece of crap. So, I mean, he might.
Who, the lawyer?
Yeah, Pryor.
Yeah.
But
I'm going into maybe a few blind spots, so I might drop in and out with what do you call it? Transmission, like, stuff.
Reception.
That's the word. It's too early, man. I've been up for 2 hours already, like 4:30. Come on.
Miss King, you're right. She says, but Pryor did do a good job. He didn't have much to work with.
yeah, no, he did a really good job, even though we don't like him.
I was having this conversation with Jenny the other day. It's like everyone always smacks on the defense lawyers, They're there to do a job. I mean,
Yeah, so I feel that way, Grace. I am actually I always say I'm pro justice. I don't have an issue with defense attorneys in general. This guy though is a piece of crap.
Okay.
No, like charges against him, piece of crap.
Charges against him?
Yeah, I don't know how he's practicing law.
Oh, well, that's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, except for Jenny gets upset when not upset, but she gets quiet when I start talking about it. But yeah, it's he took a deal. He took a deal on some pretty bad stuff. So
yeah, he has allegedly.
Not allegedly, he took a dang deal.
Well, I know, but still, I mean, he is
Sorry,
a lawyer, and I don't want to get in no trouble over here.
He can call me. Come on, Pryor, call me up. No, he took a plea, a deal on nasty charges. If you didn't do it, you don't take a plea. Not as an attorney, not as a highfalutin attorney, you don't. Anyway, sorry.
Was he court appointed or chosen? Does anyone know?
So he originally was court appointed with another attorney. And then the other attorney, I don't remember what happened. What happened, Jenny? Didn't the other attorney drop out or something like that?
I can't remember really.
Or was it a conflict or I don't know what it was. But this guy was going to drop because he doesn't have death penalty experience. But then he got the deed to the house and decided he was going to do it.
Interesting.
So I wonder if that'll be a reason for appeal because Pryor doesn't have any death penalty experience.
I don't know
I mean,
about that.
he can't get him for ineffective counsel because he did a great job. I mean, he
With
did a
what
great
you've got
job.
to work with, I mean, like,
Yeah, I mean, with what he had to work with, he did a great job.
there would have
And
been total anarchy if he was found not guilty especially after they found Laurie guilty. I mean, it would
Oh
have
my
been
God,
an
right?
uprising. There would have been an absolute uprising.
Yeah, I
yeah,
know.
I would have uprisen from down here, and I got nothing to do with it.
She would have totally visited him from the portal potty.
yep, she would have.
Yeah,
Not the portal potty.
I am
it is.
surprised. I'm absolutely surprised that one of the angles that they literally just went along the whole religious what's the word? The whole religious justification for his actions and whatever. I'm surprised. Not once did they say that, like, you know, he's gone into the world of insanity and he's pleading insanity. Like, they didn't take that way at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. He might have had a better
Better outcome.
outcome. Yeah, doubtful. I don't think anybody would have bought it, but
No.
No, but if you look at what it is that that he proclaims and this and that and everything else, and you question whether it is sane or insane, 99% of the population would call it insane, would you not?
Not in that area though. That
yeah, not
area
in that
is
area.
highly LDS, which is his faith.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the faith in its goodness. I'm not questioning anyone's faith in its goodness. I'm talking the whole marking someone for death, the zombie, the light, the dark, the this, the that, the
But
third.
but Gracie, LDS does light and dark.
They do?
Yeah. They
They
don't mark
I
them
do.
thought
for
that was a
They
him
do.
thing.
they don't mark them for
No,
death. They don't mark them for death, but they do
they don't have the scales and stuff like that,
right.
though.
What he did was he took their beliefs and then he took it to another level. But what I'm saying is that I get what you're saying, but where they are, I don't know that they could have gotten away with that because there is so much of their faith there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not disrespecting or disparaging the faith whatsoever. I'm not a religious person, but I never ever disrespect someone else's beliefs or anything. What I'm saying, and exactly what you said, he took those values, extrapolated, and built his own belief system, resulting in murder.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But unfortunately, there are some people that don't necessarily disagree with what he's done, which is
Yeah, but
scary.
that's a very small. It's a very small
It is
handful.
a very small. It is a very small. And Grace, trust me when I was not saying that you were disparaging anybody. I hope you didn't think I was.
No, yeah. All good.
Yeah, I was just clarifying that area is very heavily LDS. And so I don't know that the insanity plea would have worked. Because they'd just be like, well, it's kind of what we believe, but he just took it another step further. And he really never attested to being insane. Like, he believed what he believed.
Like, he believed,
I mean, he believed what he believed, and he, was fine with it. So,
it's sad as it is what I'm about to say, but I hope it never happens, that, there are no copycats in the wings looking at these cases and seeing where, Laurie and Chad went wrong. They went wrong everywhere, but I mean,
right.
Picking up on, how they got caught and all the rest of it, and doing a copycat and making
Trying to
sure
work
that they don't
around it.
get caught. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you somebody that got very close And that's that chick that kids got found.
Frankie.
Frankie, yes, Ruby Frankie.
Oh Lord. When are they
Jody
doing her
Hildebrand.
trial?
Huh?
Oh no. I thought you were talking about the lady that they said her kids hung themselves. When's her trial?
Oh, yeah, you're talking about Lisa Snyder. I don't know that that's
Snyder.
gonna happen. I don't know. I'm still waiting to hear updates on that, but, yeah, Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrand, they pled
Yeah.
guilty, so
There's no trial for them, correct? Or no?
right.
No,
Yeah.
they're
No.
done.
Yep,
See,
they
this is
pled
what
guilty.
sucks. Chad rolled the dice on a wing and a prayer, literally wing and a prayer, that he might be found not guilty. What a waste of money.
Mhm.
A
huge waste.
Talk about pride, narcissistic ego, and all the rest of it entwined in one.
Hey, Elizabeth.
Bobby.
Patricia says they don't have insanity in Idaho.
That.
What do you mean? No one's insane? You know, I don't understand. Make it make sense.
And then they don't have insanity defense in Idaho, she says. I don't know.
Really? They don't have insanity, but they got the death sentence. You really got to do your research if you're going to be a cream.
Right. Yeah, and then can you imagine being a spouse of someone who's got nefarious thoughts? Like, you would be like, hey, hun, let's move to Idaho. Why do you want to move to Idaho, babe?
You'd be questioning everything.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be you'd be getting a burner phone just so that, you know, you can throw it out, and you'd be doing all your Google searches, and it'd be like, okay, what can you get done for? What can't you get done for?
What was that movie where the spouses were trying to like kill each other?
Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
One of my faves.
Oh my God. They were like trying to like poison the one, and the one was like knew it, and they were like, that was pretty funny. Pretty good.
I always thought that had a very parallel theme to True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And what's her name? Oh, beautiful lady too. Have you seen True Lies?
Yeah, it's such a good movie. Oh, my ex-husband had such a crush on her. What was her name?
Can't think of her name
Jamie
right now.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis, yes. Yeah. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I had back in the day. I was like girl crushing when she did that strip show, that strip tease.
She was
for
hot.
Like,
that was hot.
wow,
Not gonna
wow,
lie.
girl.
Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yes.
Yeah.
In True Lies?
Yes, my love.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I said, it's got a very similar kind of theme storyline to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, sort of.
I love that. I love that movie.
So me and the boys are with me this week. We just finished. I mean, this theme's in well with your channel, Prison Break.
Oh yeah. You guys have been watching that for quite a while, huh?
Well, yeah, because they're only with me every second week.
Yeah.
And, you know, at one episode a night, you know, we've been chugging through it. So we finally finished all the way up to season 5. I've been begging them for years to watch it with me. I've watched it. And they were hooked. Thrilled me to no bits.
That's cool. I've not seen it, but.
Oh, Jenny.
Sorry.
How are we friends?
I don't know.
How are we even married? How? I mean,
Right?
Oh no.
I will be back.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Says Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. Oh, Patricia says once they're found competent, wait. Hold on, let me go back and look.
You're gonna have to do chat for me, hun, because like I'll be driving.
Patricia says they do have the insanity defense, but once they're found fit, they have to stand trial. And then she said, once they're found competent to stand trial, the insanity excuse goes away. Lori was originally claiming to not be competent. Right. I remember that.
So there is an opportunity, but they've got to prove it. Is that
Yeah.
what? Is that the basis of it?
Yep.
Oh my goodness! I'm so
But I
sorry.
mean, I feel like that's true in every state. I mean, they have to prove that you're insane in order to claim an insanity. You know. Miss King says I just looked it up. Idaho, Montana, Utah, and Kansas don't have the insanity defense. There's got to be something. It may not be called insanity. I think diminished capacity, says Lee. I don't know. Prison Break is good, said Lauren. I haven't watched it. I'm eager to see what their plans are for the rest of today as far as the sentencing phase. I have a feeling that the judge is just going to kind of introduce it to them, what they're going to be expecting, what to expect, instructions, definitions, that kind of thing, like they do at the beginning of trials whenever they're going over certain laws and stuff. But then again, I might be surprised. They may have people ready with their impact statements, and they may start out the gate with that. I don't know.
Do they have to be unanimous for that part as well?
You know what? I'm not really even sure about that. I would think so.
Or is it a majority rules?
I'm not sure on that. I'm not positive about that. But to be fair, I don't even know when the last time. What was the last trial that I've even watched where they had a death penalty?
Don't know.
I can't remember. Can anybody in the chat remember? Let me know. Wait a minute though, Grace. Why are you wearing a ball cap to work?
A ball cap. It's called a cap.
Okay.
There's
Why
no
are you
ball.
wearing?
There's no ball. It's a cap. But
It's a baseball cap.
in answer to your question, Miss Prosecutor, today is casual day. We get to wear casual on Fridays.
Oh, well, isn't that special?
So I got my jeans on, I got my Tommy jumper on, and I thought I don't know if you can see in the dark. I plaited my hair.
You said braided.
No. We braid hair too, but my hair's not braided. Braided is when you start it in the actual, from the top and go down. And I don't know how to braid my own hair, but these are plaits. See, look. See?
Yeah. Here that's a braid still.
Wow.
What you're talking about where it goes up at the top and comes down is a French braid.
Well, no, that's just a braid, and these are flats. So, moving on.
Lee, yes, the jury does decide this. Yes.
The jury decides what?
Whether Chad gets the death penalty or not.
Ah.
Yeah.
Savage.
Yep.
I mean, I say that, and I'm not 100% familiar with the Australian law, but I am almost quietly confident that we don't have that here at all. Hang on. Let me just clarify. We don't have the death penalty. So, I mean, I can categorically say we don't have that at all.
Oh,
It is
God.
way too early in the morning for your girl here. Oh, Lord.
You need to
Send
go
help.
back home, climb back in the bed, get back out
Jesus.
on the other
Jesus, take
side.
the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, the sun's not even up, so that gives you an idea.
Ew.
Mhm. Ew, what?
Ugh.
Ew, the sun's not up.
No,
Oh.
it is 6:49 a.m. I was thinking if, but I don't think there's going to be any up there today. If there were going to be any hot air balloons, I would have tried to show you all, but I don't think
I
I'll,
love to see them.
I don't think it's going to be light enough. It'll still be dark by the time I get to the office, I think. Yeah. That's what happens when you work 11, 12-hour days. So what are they doing having lunch? I wonder what they have for lunch.
Who?
The jury. Are they having lunch, or are they just having a break, or what are they doing?
Yeah, they're having a break. It's almost 3 p.m. there. So they said they were going to give them an hour recess. So
How long were they deliberating for?
6 hours and 5 minutes.
Less than Lori.
Really?
Yeah, less than Lori. Yeah, Lori's
Yep.
was, they said, just under 7 hours.
Oh, y'all, the Donald Trump verdict is in.
Oh, God.
Is that really for this? I don't do politics.
Mm.
Me either, but I just came up on my phone. I just happened to look over at it.
Blah.
Exactly.
Lee says, yeah, I'm waiting for that one. We were on a break. We really were on a break. Oh, did Steph think that it was Lauren on here instead of Grace?
I don't know.
It's me. It's little old me. How's the weather up your end? It's cold here.
It's nice here.
I
Sun's
know.
shining.
That was a rhetorical freaking question.
She's like, I don't want to know how it is. It's cold here.
It feels lovely here.
Yeah, rub it in, keep going.
I'm trying.
What is cold for you, Gracie?
Yeah. What is cold?
Yes.
I'm scared to muck around with my phone. It's the hell. It's not. No, it's not. No, it's a probable. My car says it's 19 degrees Celsius, but I feel that that's completely inaccurate. It's probably closer to around 15 degrees Celsius. You guys can work out in your language. I don't know what that
That's
is.
pretty cold for you guys.
Yeah, and we're not even in winter yet. I don't think.
Yeah,
When's our winter? I think winter is July. Hang on, we're in May, so is this our second or third month of autumn?
That's cold.
Oh no, I am not getting. Oh, you just got busted by a red light, you moron! You're gonna get a ticket in the mail. You're
What
gonna get a ticket in the
happened?
mail.
Somebody ran a red light.
Like literally, and
Oh,
you should see how big this intersection is. He is lucky he did not get collected.
collected.
That's cute.
Boom, smashed. Boom. You know, like. Wow.
Wow.
And there's hardly any traffic. What? Like you are lapsidal in concentration this morning. You're worse than me, man.
Oh, did anybody figure out how much 15 degrees is? I don't know. I know whenever
I think you
Grace
got to
was
double it and add 32. I think that's the
Yeah,
formula.
yeah. Yeah, it's
So
like 60. It's like 60s.
There you go.
It's for it not to be winter for them, that's cold.
Thank you.
What in the actual
ouch
are they doing behind my house? Y'all.
As long as they're not related to the Daybells, you're good.
That's what I was getting ready to say. As long as they ain't
I
putting
didn't
children
realize
in the
they're
record.
putting up a whole water tower. Holy crap. Y'all gotta see this. Hold on. Now, y'all don't look at me. Turn it around. Oh, is it turn around? Can y'all see?
Yeah.
Y'all see that whole water tower they're putting up over there? Behind my house?
No.
Where is it? Hang on. My son is gonna come running out because I'll walk out back and I'll show y'all. How did I not see that? Car.
You're
It's a whole
breaking up,
hot
QB.
mess.
You sound like a robot.
Y'all just
Is the
You
whole
sound like
transmission gone wonky or just
no, I think it's because she's out and about.
out and about?
Out and about.
Out and about.
Out and about. And she's gone.
I'll be needing to go soon too. I'm nearly at work. And as predicted, the sun ain't even up. I'm getting a new mattress delivered tomorrow.
You getting what?
My new mattress delivered tomorrow.
Oh, yay.
It's because I've been sleeping on one side for the last however many years. The poor darling of a mattress, she gave way. She enough, you know? So I've basically carved out a, you know?
Yeah.
You could pour cement in there and have a whole model of my body, you know, for DNA evidence and all, you know, identification purposes. Hey, do you want to wait till, oh my Lord.
You're back, QB.
All right. Y'all can't probably see it, but I can't zoom in. See that crane sticking out of the trees over there? You can see the golfers.
I can't see.
Turn your phone sideways.
Well, that didn't help.
There we
all right.
go.
Y'all can't see it. It's right in between the very center of the.
There's somebody on a golf
Zoom
cart.
in. Well, yeah, because I live on a golf cart. I live golf course adjacent. I live on the golf course, but not really because it's not our golf course. Are you there?
Yeah.
If you ever need to sell your house, you can always say it comes with a golf course. It's not yours, but it's there. You know.
Hang on, I'm gonna probably drop out here.
Steph, they're supposed to be coming back any time for the sentencing phase to start.
I'm spilled. I'm gonna have to catch it on replay because you know I got to make a living.
Got to make a living.
I suppose I can share this with you. Yesterday, I had to attend one of our properties. The dude got arrested.
For what?
I wasn't there for the arrest. And I'm going to be very careful with what I say, but let's just say he ain't coming back.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the dude, is it?
No, the dude I finally got the eviction order for. So that the dude is getting evicted with a warrant, police escort, and all that good stuff. I'm not allowed to attend.
Good.
That one, which I'm not happy about because, anyway. But it is what it is. So yeah, I've been going to court left, right, and centre for so many. You don't understand. It's ridiculous. All right, my loves. In the words of great Abigail that I miss dearly, I have arrived at work.
Oh, you have arrived. Do we get to hear your squeaky window?
I don't have a squeaky window. That's the other wife.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, you know.
And she don't have one either anymore.
Yeah, she
No.
don't have one either anymore. I miss her squeaky wheel, though. Or a squeaky window.
I don't. Because it used to really, no, not my ears. But anywho, I'm at work. Thanks for having me on. Hello and goodbye to everyone in chat.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, my love.
They're all saying bye, Gracie.
I will catch the rest on replay.
All right.
All right. Catch on the flip side. Bye.
Bye. And I'm gonna be back again because I gotta make another phone call.
Okay.
These people always want to be calling me when stuff's going on. What's up with that?
Oh, they're disrespectful.
I can't believe that I didn't notice a whole water tower going in behind my house.
I mean, that's pretty bad.
I mean, well, to be fair, y'all couldn't see it either.
Yeah, but you can't hear
through
nothing.
the trees.
Banging and banging and
I ain't. No, I will say this about my apartment. My apartment's tight. Like you can't hear nothing.
Well,
they got to be going. They got to be going. The only thing, like I hear more noise through the floor above me than I do from the outside. But I said to Jay, I'm like, but see, he delivers, so he's driving all over the place. No, I don't know. I don't know how that happened, and I didn't notice. But yeah,
I don't know how that happened. I don't know. Look, babe, there's a whole house.
It ain't a house. It's a whole water tower.
I know, but I mean,
like one of them big old water tower things.
In my head, I'm just envisioning, me looking out my door one day and all of a sudden there's like a whole house
out there
next to me.
Bro, I'm not sure how that happened, but I mean,
Lordy.
Yeah, that's that's bad.
That's very bad. Very, very bad. Very, very bad.
They should, oh, hello.
Hello.
They should be back any time now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really should.
Let me see if they come back.
Going over to Twitter real quick to see if I can find any.
Probably left. They probably left for the day, and they're like,
Gotcha.
I'm all paranoid now. They're the ones that did it before. So it's hot. I didn't want to tell Gracie, but it's hot. Yeah, that's cold for them. That's like 62, 60, 62. I mean, I'd be loving it. That's like when I was in Uganda. They're like, it's so cold. It was like 72 degrees, and there was like this little breeze blowing. That was at night, not during the day. But I was like, ooh, this nice. They're like, what you mean it's nice? It wasn't nice during the day. It was hot.
Yeah.
And the sun was like beating.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
Can you say hi?
Hi.
Yeah, whenever Grace was here last summer, I keep in the summertime, right, when it's like hot and very steamy and moist outside, humidity wise.
Right.
It's like I have what do you want to say? I would have the thermostat in the house, the air conditioning set at like 69, 70, 72. Like sometimes I'd have it like set at 72 like at night, and then like 69, 68 during the day.
Yeah, I like it.
And in the summer, and when Grace was here, when she was in the house, she froze to death. She got chills. Her skin turned like, you know how whenever you get that like purpley skin that I've heard people call it like potted looking, you know?
Yeah.
That's how her
Not her
skin would turn.
people.
Huh?
Not her people.
And
The way her
she had like she would have her hoodie on with it all fuzzy socks, big thick pajama pants. She was hopeless, man. I'm like, wow. But I froze her out.
Oh, I'm
Froze
sure.
her out.
Yeah,
Especially at nighttime. Especially at
yeah,
nighttime.
I gotta have it.
Doing Chris. Hey, you.
Chris. I
Chris.
actually got to put a comment on one of her videos today. Chris.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just happened to catch it as it was coming up.
Hi.
So, hi, friend. All right, I'm gonna go make these phone calls so I can get back. I was gonna wait and see if they were coming back, but apparently they're not coming back anytime soon. So, well, not within the next minute or so. Yeah,
They said an hour, and if you think about it, I mean, because they came back at 4, but it wasn't until like 4:05 or whatever before they actually read the verdict. So
yeah, I'm not really disparaging them. I'm just saying I could go make my phone calls and be back and be done. I was hanging out with you until they came back, but
yeah, they're taking their time.
they are taking their sweet time. So
Sweet
time. But I'll be back.
All righty. See you when you get back.
Okay, bye.
Oh, you're right, Lee. They did change the time right there. It says they'll be returning at 5:15. I figured it'd be about 10 after 5. But I'll take the 5:15. Verdict: guilty of conspiracy to commit murder of Tylee Ryan. Guilty first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Guilty of conspiracy to commit murder of JJ Vallow. Yes. Guilty of first-degree murder of JJ Vallow. What else? What else? What else? Guilty of conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell. Guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. Guilty of insurance fraud. Sentencing phase to begin at 2:15, 5:15 Eastern. Yup. I'm waiting and watching for it. Oh, hey, Chris. Chris says, how's the family? Family's good. Family's good. Family's good. Yeah, I saw that, Lee, but yeah, right. I'm not doing politics over here. Nope. Not happening. Family's doing good though. Husband went for a haircut. He's coming home with dinner. Yeah, he's coming home with dinner from Culver's. Dinner. How are you, Chris? I hope things are going good. Are you guys out of school yet or still got some school left? From Culver's, Miss King. It's a burger joint. Yummy. Good for my tummy. Oh, they're back. I hear audio.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Oh Lord, let him come back in his. Is he coming back? If he's coming back, bring him back in an orange jumpsuit, please. Oh, I would love to see that right now. Oh no, daggone it. Ooh, you're almost done with school, Chris. Yay.
All right, once the jurors are ready to be brought in, they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep, still got the time, Margaret. I was hoping he's going to plop in over there in a big orange jumpsuit. What are we waiting on here? Are they waiting for the jury? Is that what they're waiting for? I think I'm getting a little impatient.
All right, please. Jury's all present, counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict under Idaho Code 192515, subsection 5B. The court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also. And that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case. And that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward. Also, the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law, which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.
All right. And that is that. That is that. Does anybody know if the Koberger hearing is still going on? I don't know if it is or not. Wow. It was a good day today, right? A good day today. Oh. Hi. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So excited. Yeah, Patricia, I kind of figured it was going to be that way, but I didn't know. Wasn't positive. I just imagined that was what he was going to do, was just read instructions and then be like, okay, we're going to start with the stuff tomorrow. So, yeah, good stuff starts tomorrow. All right, you guys. Well, incredible day. Incredible day. I ended the poll earlier for the verdict. Let me go find. Where did I put that? Let me see. Hold on. I thought that I had taken a screenshot of it, but now I can't find it. But I will say that it was like 70. I remember it was 70% of you guys said guilty on all charges. So, I mean, everybody was pretty much right on. Pretty much right on. There was a few that voted guilty on only the murder and not the fraud or financial, stuff, the money and insurance and stuffs. So, so that's exciting. You guys were pretty spot on. I don't know where I put it though. I thought that I saved it, but I can't find it. Maybe it didn't take. Maybe I did it in too big a hurry and thought that I saved it and I didn't. I don't know. Um, uh, oh, wait, here. Oh, I found it. I found it. I found it. Okay. So here it is. Here's our, we had 18 votes in the last poll. And Chad Bell will be Chad Bell. Chad Daybell will be found. And then 72% said guilty on all charges. 11% said not guilty on all. 11% said guilty on conspiracy charges only. And then 5% said guilty on murder charges only. So, 72% of you were right. Yep. All right. I'm glad I found it. I thought I knew I saved it. I just couldn't find it. All right. You guys, thanks for watching. I'm going to go ahead and call it because the husband's going to be home soon and we're going to eat and I got to get ready for tonight. And I got some other stuff I need to get done too. So, we will resume. They said 8:30 a.m. That's 10:30 Eastern time. So I'm planning on going on between 10 and 10:30. So I would like to catch it live. If for whatever reason I'm running, well, no, wait. What is tomorrow? Oh, I take that back, you guys. I take that back. I take it back. I take it back. I have an appointment tomorrow. So I won't be starting it then till probably around noon. So we'll be having to catch up. Yeah, I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I forgot about that. So yeah, we'll be starting late. I'm going to say around noon, 1:00. It just depends on whenever I get back. So just make sure your notifications are on. Check in. But all right. Thank you for the reminder, Steph. She's like, doctor tomorrow. Yeah, it's went poop right out of my head. All right. All right, you guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. I love you. And I'll see you tomorrow sometime. Okay? All right. Happy day in court today. Justice for JJ and Tylee and Tammy. Yes. Yes. You're my calendar scheduler. Right. You sure are, Steph. Thank you. Love you too, Henny. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye, guys.